Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second oral presentation. We are really happy to welcome you here and online. So thank you for your patience. Train wasn't with us this morning. Thank you for coming here and thank you for waiting. And welcome to you all. So as last time, we will hear the 6 teams of this M2 cohort, the P20, that will present their 6 games, the games they are currently developing. Each team is composed of 9 to 13 students. They are organized as studios and they are working on the conception and part of the pre-production of the game they choose to make. 6 games, 3 this morning, 3 this afternoon, not the same order as last time. And just as a remembering, they do have 4 months to deliver a kind of vertical slice. They are followed by you, jury, and also the team here. We are at the second encounter with you, jury, and it's about 2 months after the start of the projects. There's about 2 months to go too. And I want to thank you again, jury, either here and online. You know that your role as a jury is to ask questions, exchange with them, share remarks, or give them suggestions, share your feedbacks. You had received the evaluation file link, so please, thank you once again for fulfilling it. I will ask you this time if it's possible just to be as fast as possible for giving the feedback. So maybe before midweek, the coming week, so a few days, if it's okay, so they can look at it, go through it before the holiday break. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the rich exchange each time. So thank you all, and maybe let's go. Just last thing, they will have 20 minutes for presenting. They don't have to do the 20 minutes, but 20 minutes of presentation, 20 minutes of question and answers for each team. So let's go, and please help me to welcome the first team of this morning, Marie.
symbolism, fear can come from anywhere. Now, let's start with a bit of context.
Armaret takes place in 1920 in Brittany. France is coming out of the Great War with one goal in mind, repopulating the country and putting its women back in their home. With that context in mind, this is where our story is, in a lighthouse, in the middle of the sea, away from this type of society. Our game stars two main characters, one protagonist and one antagonist. Let's talk about them right now. Armaret's first main character is Morgane Le Guyenne. She is a 40-year-old ex-fisherwoman turned lightkeeper, and the only playable character of the game. The player walks in her shoes always, and experiences the linear story the same way she does. Morgane's personality is fixed and distinct from the player. Her years of fishing made her rational and pragmatic, but she's also closed off and a workaholic. She values her freedom of being and of choice, and of course, because she's flawed, she secretly feels very alone, although she would never admit it. We will communicate these character traits I listed through an array of different vectors. Her diary, where she writes down her thoughts, for example, where she mentions her keeper partner Patrick that the lighthouse kills. Her tasks and puzzles she has to do around the lighthouse that illustrate her workaholism. Her personal belongings that the player can interact with, which hint at her past before Armaret. And her chatters, as she sometimes talks to herself, that communicate her character some more. The second main character of Armaret is the fictional lighthouse itself. Known in the game by all keepers for being the hell of all hells, it is more than just a lighthouse. It is a monster with its own wants and needs. We made the lighthouse to be a dark mirror of Morgane. It is irrational and erratic, impulsive and love-bombing. It is also a manifestation of Morgane's secret desires. Like her, it craves connection. But unlike her, it reacts with violence when its needs aren't met. And because it is the antagonist of the game, there is more to Armaret than meets the eye. As such, before there being a lighthouse, there was a witch who lived on a desolate rock in the middle of the Brittanic Sea. When she was killed by men for them to build a lighthouse there, she cursed them, swearing to take down any male who dare walk on her soil. We'll communicate her past and her psychology through radio reports, which tells the player of her past murders, the writing and scratching on the walls, which is a way to connect with Morgane, and the rearrangement of the environment, which is her guiding Morgane and forcing her to bend to her will. For Morgane and the lighthouse, we have two main sources of inspiration. Breton tales of witches and fairies, such as Morgana the Fairy from the Arthurian legends, and the real-life Armen lighthouse in Brittany, an actual epicenter of historical stories of horror. This is the overall experience of Armaret. We have the full game timeline. So as you can see, there are more and more events happening as a player goes through the story. We have the exposition, which is where Morgane starts to work at Armaret to escape society. The inciting incident, where duo Patrick is mysteriously killed. We don't know by who, but we'll know later. The rising action, where Morgane investigates Patrick's death while trying to understand the lighthouse intent. The climax, Morgane refuses to participate in the lighthouse crimes. And the resolution, with a fire. Morgane burns the lighthouse down. Our proof of concept takes place at the beginning of the rising action phase, after the inciting incident. Things start to get weird. A narrative cliffhanger at the end of the proof of concept will ensure that we leave the player wanting for more. By choosing to develop this particular segment of the game in our proof of concept, we will focus on Morgane, who is still doing a lighthouse keeper routine. Also, the tension is not yet at its high point, so it is still gradually climbing. And the emotion gradually climbs too, from relative calm to dread.
So now let's talk a bit more about the content of our proof of concept. So the game will be divided in 3 days with specific events and progression throughout. And over the course of these days, you will follow Morgane's daily routine, identify with her, witness strange events, understand what's going on in the lighthouse, and dive into the story of the former keepers. So we really want our proof of concept to show our ambience and the atmosphere of the game rather than being a full gameplay demo. So on the first day acts as an onboarding with a very simple task. You have to empty the crab traps, and while you do so, the fuses blow in the house. You have to explore the space to find spare ones. When you do so, you then solve a puzzle in the house to repair the electrical panel, and then you end up being trapped in this very small room because the door has disappeared behind you. And you hear footsteps above you. So you have to find your way to a mysterious attic above you. The attic looks like this, and in this very small place, you will find extra lore about the lighthouse switch and the stories of your predecessors. And this really marks the beginning of the horror events, because from now on you will get messages appearing on the walls behind you, door duplications in the house, and kind of items moving around in the space. In the second day, Morgan goes up the lighthouse to deal with some tasks, and when she comes down, she realizes that the lighthouse door is locked. So she needs to find this small room on the side, which is the extension room, and she finds a strange music box with empty slots. She will need to explore the space of the lighthouse to gather poem pieces that are scattered across. And as she does so, she triggers several horror events and learns about the lore. She finally escapes the lighthouse, returns to the home, and then expresses that she actually wants to leave the island. And this is a turning point in the story because, as you can expect, the lighthouse will not be very pleased about that. In the third day, it's a shorter day and the climax of the tension. So when you wake up, the house is fully rearranged around you. So this is the house in day 1, and you can see the layout in day 3. So you will have to explore and find your way across the space. And as you go, you trigger many horror events. When you finally manage to leave the house, you find that the lighthouse has teleported right in front of you, in front of the door, and staring at you menacingly. So you have no other choice rather than climbing up and face a staircase that is way longer than usual. And when you arrive on the top of the lighthouse, you discover that the island has disappeared and you are now all alone in the middle of the ocean. So here you can have an overview of the content that we want to include in the proof of concepts, the mood and the main story that we want to transmit. Now let's dive into the gameplay a little bit more. So Armare is a walking sim with traversal puzzles, which means that it's very narrative and exploration driven, and you cannot get a game over screen, you cannot die, you don't fight enemies, you cannot actually lose. Here you can have a look at our gameplay loop. So the idea is that the player is always guided by a task, an objective to complete. Some of them are very simple interactions, and others are more complex and longer puzzles. Those ones are rewarded with big narrative moments, big reveals, and sometimes you can unlock new locations in the house or in the island. And at all time, you can open your journal to find a map, notes, thoughts of the character, and her evolution. So the key feature of our game is the labyrinth aspect of the space. As you may have understood, the lighthouse is a living entity, which means that its rooms always rearrange themselves around you to force Morgan to stay and also to show her what the structure wants her to see. This is a way to force the player to relearn the disposition regularly and also give a sense of disorientation and uncanniness as they find that the rules that govern the space are changing around them. So now let's talk a bit more about the ambiances and the environments.
The action takes place on a small island offshore, inspired from the south coast of Brittany, and real-life lighthouses like Harmen or Tevnek. We take inspiration from the legend of haunted lighthouses, with real story of losses, solitude, and tragic deaths happened in Brittany's offshore lighthouse. We want the player has access to 2 main buildings, the lighthouse and a small house. The objective is convey a feeling of solitude, blocking out the vision with many rocks and volumes to dress up the island. This is in order to contrast with the open view you can get once you're on the top of the island, of the lighthouse, sorry. We want the player to feel immersed in a haunted place, but we also want the player to feel that the place is forcing the keeper to stay by any means, by moving furniture around, closing doors, stopping our progressions. The actions and horror events always happen behind our backs, which creates the tension of not being sure of what might occur if we look away. Let's dive into those places.
First, the house. Morgan lives here and her everyday work is set there. This place is also filled with personal effects from the ex-lighthouse keepers. It feels familiar but also full of stories and past lives. It is also the place where we find the attic, the heart of the lighthouse witch. It is a place of secrets and mystery. Then, the lighthouse. It is the other character of the game. It is an imposing structure full of machines and oppressive machinery sound. The whole thing feels alive and has its own consciousness. Finally, the ocean. To enhance the game atmosphere, the island is isolated by ocean. The weather is getting worse as Morgan gets afraid. Waves and rains get stronger and the fog becomes denser. The lighting supports the uncanny and peculiar settings, with strong shadows and uncomfy colors, giving overall a dark and oppressive ambience.
Thank you. So who wants to start with questions or remarks? I'm just looking also online, so if you want to ask questions, please raise your hand, or if you have remark to share. And I will ask you also if you can present yourself when you start with questions or remarks. Eric, if you can hear us, can you put the light in the room, please? So who has questions or remarks? Okay. I don't see. Oh yeah, thank you. It's my blurring problem.
Hello, Antoine from Ping Ping Studio. Thank you for the presentation. The game looks nice. Have you benchmarked anti-chamber for the maze-like aspect of your game?
Could you repeat the name of the game?
Oh, anti-chamber.
I haven't, but I will mark down. Okay. Thank you for the reference.
It's there is a lot of games of you enter a room and the things behind you change, and so I think it could be an interesting ref for you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Antoine from Ninja Theory. Really great presentation. Thanks a lot for this. It was really fascinating, and we already see like a really strong story getting formed up from the last presentation. So great job on this. My question was around, you mentioned traversal puzzles, and like, do you have any more examples? We quickly saw one, like the full face puzzle for like the fuse box things, but what kind of ideas do you have in mind in terms of those puzzles?
So we will include two. The first one is the fuse puzzles that opens a UI, and and the other one is the music box, where you first need to gather the poem pieces and then assemble them in the correct order, which opens the music box, and you find a dancer holding a key, and the key allows you to escape the lighthouse. So it's the second hard gate of the game, and it happens in day 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions or remarks online. So Mishka, if you want to start.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mishka from Argentina. I'm a producer for Studio Alfaro and for Fondab for about 15 years, we can call, and I'm a teacher, professor in several universities. Congratulations again on the presentation. It's better than last My question is, how are you going to portray? You talked a lot about the lighthouse being a second character, right? How are you portraying the lighthouse will and personality, um, like the moods or the movement the lighthouse will make? What's How are you presenting that to the player?
We have multiple aspects for that. We have the narrative aspect, which is just picking up, picking up notes around the house, which explain both the lighthouse backstory and also the people that she killed. We also have audio, a lot of audio that, as you could hear during certain slides. We had different audio that we want to be both immersive, but also kind of organic in a way. And also we have the light, because lighthouse, the light turns, and we really want to use the symbolism of the light to highlight a few things around the house and around the island to show that it's alive. So there's always this kind of movement going around to show that something is living around you and breathing around you. And messages on the walls as well. As well as sometimes when you finish a puzzle, you unlock a certain, for example, there's an attic. We talked about an attic, and in the attic there's a chest, and in the chest there will be an old totem of the house and the witch that lived before that, and this object is a symbolism of the witch and the lighthouse itself. So that's the ways we want to use. Thank you.
Mathieu, you raised your hand before. You don't have it. Hold is.
I can raise it again.
Okay, go ahead. So I wasn't sure if it was still. Okay, so
Yeah.
go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Mathieu from Tactical Adventures. So first of all, congratulations on a great presentation. Very exciting. I would say that the game is very well put together on paper. The story, the level design, some of the features as well. I'm a bit more concerned about the time you have to produce an actual result which is playable. So what's the timing in terms of delivering the first full render of the game with lighting, etc., with the sound integrated? Did you have a clear vision on how many sprints you need to reach the final objective?
Thank you for the questions. So yeah, we managed to have some sort of milestones, and we are currently working a lot to produce assets. So we would like to have the first versions of playable and very immersive for the next weeks before December. And in January, we really want to focus on the ambience and the immersions to always continue to iterate, and by the middle of January to get all the stuff we needed to do, and be careful about the things we don't really need to put inside the proof of concept.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm Lucille from Cnam-Enjmin. You might remember me from the Nano project. Now I have a question about the personality of your lighthouse. Currently, what I am seeing, as I did not see the first presentation, is that the personality of your lighthouse is a bit mixed and blurry with the witch. Did you think the witch brings something to the personality of your lighthouse, which is the main characters, the other characters, as you state?
Both the lighthouse and the witch are the same thing. They are the same person. Maybe it wasn't clear enough, but yeah, I tried to. They're the same thing, basically. They're very the same thing. There was a witch before there was a lighthouse, and the lighthouse was gone. Sorry, the witch was gone, and now it's a lighthouse.
So it's a haunted lighthouse, but by the personality of the witch.
Yes.
If you want to ask which your character is, it will be easily approached by the more human thing. So the people will think it's the witch that interacts with the lighthouse. So be careful on how you present it. Maybe it's something to refine a bit.
Okay.
And if I can jump on another question, it's about the amount of work you might put in it Be careful about maze-like if you have multiple stairs. On the lighthouse theme, you can see the level that has been implemented very recently in Phantasmaphobia, which is a bad game, but not a bad level design for once. And the intro of the Amazon game, which stayed in Lighthouse with a lot of stairs. It's easily something that can already lost the player because of the stairs. So if you change the overall shape of the rooms, you might lose your character. Not in a good way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cécile, online, if you have a question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions and a remark, and I will blend them together. Because my first question, I think you actually kind of had it as your first question, but I was not entirely convinced by the answer. Because I had to go, so sorry. So first thing, you mentioned traversal, and the answer we got about traversal puzzles was about puzzles, and I would still like to know more about the traversal itself. Second thing would be on progression. I understand it's narrative-driven, story-driven, but do you have some kind of way to give the player a sense of the progression? For instance, in editing, you have this tree, like you get it. Third thing is just you go very, very fast. It's like sometimes we see a slide and we barely have time to look at it, where there are some very interesting elements. So please go a bit slower, and it's also talking about the things this morning. Thank you. Sorry for
Okay, I'm not sure I remember everything, but for the traversal aspect, the idea is that the puzzles are hard gates, so you cannot go around them. You have to go through them to access the rest of the story. And we chose to implement them because we need to track where the player will be at certain points in order to have a control over our rhythm and the horror events that we want to trigger at certain instance in the game. So this allows us to have a control over that. For the progression aspects, the player has access to a journal that is filled daily with Morgan's thoughts, observations, and her evolution, and this will be one way to give the player a sense of progression. They also will be able to unlock several areas of the island and the lighthouse, discover new rooms, discover new elements, investigate a bit more about what is the story, what's going on, try to find logic in the things that are happening around them. And this is another way that we want to give them a sense of progression in the story and in time. There is also all the ambiances, the evolution of the ambiances around them, the lighting, the weather, the sound that will help us add rhythm and give a player the sense of satisfaction as they go through the story. I hope it was clear enough and that you can hear us well.
Okay. For the traversal, I think it might be a thing where different people in the industry have different understanding of the same word. To me, traversal is more about jumping, dashing, climbing, this kind of stuff. But all right, now I get it. I understand where you're going. And the other thing, I understand the diary being like tracking of what you're doing. I was more looking for something maybe more global, something that gives just in one look And I was wondering whether the map, since you have a change in layout and you want to have map, maybe there's something there. And just if anything of a reference that you might want to develop, it's a game that is not released yet, but it has been announced. It's Blue Prince, done by Mercury. It's a bit far, but I don't know, there might be some connections. Thank you very much. Sorry for talking this much. I was Patricia from Focus. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
Hello, Luca over there. Project coordinator at Ubisoft. I was wondering if you had already the time to test your game with maybe a gameplay prototype and have some small user tests with maybe people from your cohort to test the maze-like aspect of your game, test the puzzle, see if your players are not a bit disturbed by the environment as is changing. I just wanted to know about that. Thank you.
So we did not have the time to organize a full, complete playtest yet, because we have several aspects of the game that are prototypes separately, and we did not have the time to combine them. And we also have an issue with our game is that if we want to test our ambience, we need a lot of assets to be implemented. We need the dialogues, the visual aspect, the horror events, the triggers, etc. So this delays us a bit for now, but it's definitely our next goal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Amandine from Ubisoft. I don't know if I understand or not the sorry, my English, it's terrible. No, sorry. You have developed a super story with a witch, etc. And I think it's an error to produce only notes to explore the story. Maybe you can. I don't know if you have planned that, but maybe it's an idea to mix your puzzle to the story. Maybe with you have talked about the music. Yeah, it's a poem with the witch. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, it's definitely a plan to implement. Sorry, I can't see you, so I have my hand like this. It's definitely a plan to put narrative into the puzzles. It's always been. I'm the narrative designer, so I'm closely tied with Maureen, who is the level designer, and together we make the puzzles to make them both traversal, so for the level design and narrative for me. And for example, the music box puzzle that you mentioned with the poem. The poem is a symbolism of both Morgan and Lighthouse, and the Lighthouse / the witch created the poem to pass a message to Morgan, like, hi, this is me, this is us, this is what we could be together if you let it be. So yeah, this is definitely a way. This is definitely a plan. Thank you.
Hi. This is really interesting. I'm Remy. Thanks. I'm Remy from Pancake Delicieux. Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, you're getting a lot of reactions, which is always a good sign, in my opinion. A lot of people have asked about the mechanic of like the vision and like things changing out of vision, and I also have questions about that. Does it happen in real time? I assume it is for some part, apart from like the reordering of like the layout of the house. But which elements are moving? Is it just details? Is it just furniture? Is it kind of both? What do you have in mind?
It is both details and very big things, because we don't want the player to not see the changes that happen around them. At first, because it's a slow burn, our proof of concept is a slow burn, at first it's going to be small details, and then it's going to be bigger and bigger things. For example, we have paintings in the house that Morgan lives in, and those paintings are normal on day one, and then when you come back to the house after getting one of the puzzle pieces to fix the puzzle, the paintings are different, and then on day 2 they're even more different, and then on day 3 they're another thing entirely. So that's if you want to add more things.
The idea is that the lighthouse has a hand over both the buildings and the furniture inside. So, for example, in day 3, it's the house, the walls have changed place, but also the several objects have duplicated. So you have a lot of record players duplicated in the space and gathered around, and they play your own voice. Also messages appearing on the walls. What am I missing? Radios, doors duplicating as well, disappearing as well, stuff like that.
Okay, so from what you're saying now, it feels like things change when you do certain actions. So do things actually change when you just turn your back and then turn back?
It's not exactly, yeah, we want to be smart with the exact triggers of those horror events. We have a list of how they are triggered, but it's, for example, is when you are digging into the chest, is when the message on the wall appears behind you, so as when you turn your back, you see it. When you go outside the lighthouse, this is when the paintings in the house shift. So yeah, we force the players to do certain actions at certain times in order to for them to trigger the horror events that are happening in the other places.
Nice, interesting. I do have another question, which is that how do you plan to make the players notice the changes?
Through the visuals and the sound, I think. This is something we definitely need to iterate on to make sure that they don't go unnoticed, which would be a very big problem for us.
Nice. I will finish by just saying that it is really interesting mechanic, and it feels like that should be the core of the experience, and also share some of the other people's kind of worries about the sort of like more mini-game, gimmicky aspects of the game, which, you know, it feels like if you can integrate them really well, then it will work, but maybe that will prove to be difficult and not as interesting as it might be. Yeah.
Okay, we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this will be the last question and remark. So please, let's congrats the team for this presentation and this work. And let's welcome the next team, Mimic Hunt.
What will you do if your chair suddenly starts attacking you with its sharp teeth? You call the Mimic Hunters! So, Mimic Hunt is a 4-player online first-person shooter that takes inspiration from games like Lethal Company. As Mimic Hunters, you gain money by killing mimics. Mimics are dangerous parasites that hide in human belongings. The game experience bounces between scary and grotesque situations.
Which leads us to our game design pillars, the first one being uncanny and grotesque, meaning that we want to find a balance between frightening and funny scenes. We want generally an uncanny mood, and we want dangerous enemies. The second one is strategy and tactic, meaning that we want players to prepare, and in general, run and gun should be a bad idea. And lastly, multiplayer is at the core, meaning that we want to use the proximity voice to most of its capacity, and we want players to work together as a team.
When a player launches the game, he can join a hub or create a new one, either from a save or with a new save. This hub is the HQ of the Mimic Hunters Association, full of environmental hints about the lore of the games, like posters, notes, etc. In it, the 4 players can check their save progression, buy tools and weapons from a store, and adapt their loadout according to their next job. This place will also be an opportunity to onboard players with a shooting range and information about the mimics, like their different types, their behaviors, etc. And once everybody is ready, they will be able to select their next job. They can do so on a board in the hub with mission pages detailing the situation, the difficulty of the job, the number of mimics in the building, and the maximum damages they can cause to the furniture before suffering penalties on their reward. Once a contract is selected, players gather in their van and can enter the level.
Now I'm going to explain to you our core game loop, what actually happens to players when they're in the level. So once they enter, they start scouting the house and listen for sound cues. And once they think they have found a mimic or an object that could be a mimic, they can poke the object and use the mimic whistle to trigger the mimic. And once the mimic has been triggered, they can use the tactics, basically whatever they discussed before, to kill the mimics by either shooting the weak points or damage the object directly. And then either the mimic dies or it flees. If it flees, they need to scout the house again. And if it dies, players can exit the level at any time. The important thing is that players can only exit together and not alone. So now we have a short video for you of the core game loop. In this video, we'll see that the players find a mimic, they hunt the mimic, and in the end, the mimic gets away again and switches into another object.
Ok, il fuit.
C'est barre.
Attention, il est à droite. C'est le dernier là, on peut le...
Il a changé de forme. C'est pas ça là?
Bah là, pour le coup.
Alvina?
Ah bah non, c'est sa forme détruite, ça.
Ouais, sa forme détruite.
Ah merde.
Il a changé de forme. C'est-à-dire que c'était une des chaises là.
Okay, this leads us to the combat system. So players have different weapons. They differ in precision, either like, for example, revolver or shotgun. Players have also items, and the items are designed in mind that they should only be used in cooperation. So for example, if there is a medkit, then players cannot heal themselves, but only the other players. And then lastly, there are also bullets, which would then influence the weapon effects. For example, there could be a certain bullet type that deals damage over time. And generally, we want players to encourage to cooperate with each other, and we want players to specialize in certain roles if they want to.
So once every alive players extract together or everyone is dead, they get an end screen detailing their rewards. The amount of money they made by killing mimics, the bonuses and maluses they get, and along with the amount of progression points they get from this job. After that screen, they can go back to the hub. Here, they can check the current state of progression. It's based on levels with predefined rewards. Each level is unlock a new weapon or a new tool that they can buy in the hub store. Now that we have detailed how we play the game, let's talk about where we play. We wanted our levels to embody the contrast between a familiar place with an uncanny side, something disturbing. We also wanted the game space to fit for a 4-player experience and be enough complex to create chaotic situations. Finally, we wished our levels to play on the claustrophobia feelings of the players. For the vertical slice, we'll have one level, taking place in the house of a family of 4, whose perfect little life became a nightmare because of a mimic infestation. To reach our goals, we had to work with the level design constraints of tactical shooter games, crossing those of an indoor environment hiding dangerous creatures. We produced a level emphasizing on a complex room layout with multiple connections between them.
It rewards players' adaptability to learn the level and find shortcuts. It also pushes them to work as a team for a better control of the game space. Besides that, we focused on cutting the player line of sight. You go in a room and you can't clearly see what's every part of it or what's in the next one. These aspects, added to the complexity of the level, support the chaotic dimension of our game. Players can easily lose mimics and they have to stick together to don't lose each other. We also kept a balance between tight spaces and larger rooms to play on the contrast between claustrophobia feeling and the relief when you get in a big room. But this relief feeling is quickly replaced by the paranoia of the several potential threats brought by the large amount of furniture in the room. In order to reinforce our design choices and to give an identity to our level, we strongly rely on environmental art.
Regarding the artistic direction of the project, we aim to create environment built around the following pillars: uncanny, vintage styles of 18 America, imperfection, and uncomfortable. To emphasize the aspect of claustrophobia, the use of lighting will help us to set the mood for each room with textures that lean toward realism. We draw inspiration from expressionism and its use of shape to reinforce the uncanny and unsettling aspect of the house. Everything is strange, anything could be a mimic. We distort the shape of objects subtly without making it too obvious to enhance the feeling of unease. To emphasize the sense of claustrophobia created by the level design, we structure the lighting of the level to leave shadow area while using a late afternoon lighting setup. This allows us to take advantage of the beautiful and starry elongated shadow it provides. Here you can see our living room, which is currently our most polished room in Unreal Engine without Lumen for the performance.
On the audio side, we aim to make players feel fully inside this strange-looking house, keeping them on edge and aware of the seamless sound clue about a possible presence. We designed a soundscape made of tuned layers to enhance the feeling of weirdness. And here is a quick overview of the audiovisual ambience.
As a reminder, our mimics are insectoid parasitic species with an alien feel to them. So our inspirations for their designs are John Carpenter's The Thing, mainly, and a little bit of StarCraft's Zergs. Here you can see the mimic organs as we imagined them. So there are the legs, the jaws, etc. They must look like the furniture is like a shell to them, and the shell reveals what's inside, so the mimic's organs, when it's moving. They currently look like this in Engine. As you can see, we add the organs to the furniture with our procedural system, so they burst out when the mimic transforms. It serves the concept that any object can be a mimic in hiding.
So we aim to express their aggressive and sneaky behavior through sound when they awake and surprise the players, but also when they are hiding and giving some sound clues to players. Their audio identity is made of gooey textures and high-pitched vocalizations that make them recognizable through the soundscape. Facing a mimic is a key moment to surprise the players, and we intend to enhance this feeling of danger by playing a stressful sound sequence. And here is a demonstration of the moving mimic following and targeting the player.
Creating mimics requires a lot of cooperation, so we implemented extensive user interfaces to help players out, but they will need to stay close to each other in order to see each player's state. And to simplify communication between players, we use a live caption system with an option to automatically translate what other players said in another language. Overall, we also included a lot of accessibility options, so you can go hunting with players across the world easily and painfully.
Regarding the game directions, we had some challenges, especially for those who have been here on the first presentation. Regarding the ambience and the scary aspects, the first player shooter component and the cooperative components. To tackle these, we went basically straight into prototyping and testing, and so we made play tests to see if these directions were okay.
So the first play station occurred last week with 16 participants in 4 teams of 4 players and provided lots of interesting data we are taking into account for the future direction of the game. The first information we got from testers that confirmed our initial thoughts was that the game had the potential to be really funny, and we decided to embrace this aspect of the game in addition to being scary. We also noticed that mimics had to feel dangerous and threatening. Indeed, testers often felt like they could have probably handled them on their own without relying too much on their teammates. Hence, in the future, to tweak them, to make them feel really dangerous, to face alone, and improve the sense of cooperation in the game as settled in our intentions.
Regarding all technical risk and aspects, we had some challenges, which were, of course, the online, the whole mimic generation, procedural generation, procedural walking, the fact that it has a lot of interdependent systems, and that the projects, technically speaking, relies on plugins. And what we did basically is do all of this in the first place to make sure that everything was working, and so all the technical risks were tackled. So here's another playthrough that proves our point.
Alors, et on peut poke avec F, c'est ça?
Ouais, F, pour voir qu'est-ce qui est un
mimic. Il est fou le poke. Ça fait quoi quand on poke et que c'est un mimic?
Bah, tu verras.
Ah,
tu peux
faire.
Qu'on vérifie.
Oh, c'est la lampe de fou.
Non.
Non? Ah non, j'ai cru.
Moi, je pense pas.
Je me suis enflammée. Putain. C'est dans cette pièce obligatoirement ou pas du tout?
Non, non, ça peut être partout dans la maison.
Ah, ça peut être partout? Mais là, on l'a entendu de fou, là, non?
Non, ça c'est le bruit d'ambiance, c'est quand tu marches. C'est le plus enroché.
Alvina. Ouais. T'es où?
Je suis dans le salon toujours. T'es où toi?
Viens, on va checker dans la cuisine.
J'entends un bruit de toilette, mec, c'est pas normal.
Il y a des bruits bizarres aussi.
Les guignols. Est-ce que si je le fais en étant debout, ça compte? Ou faut que je m'accroupisse?
Ouais, tu peux, non, moi je m'accroupis pour le délire.
Ah putain! Pardon.
Ah!
Eh, ça me dit C'est bon? Oh, wow, ça m'a fait super peur!
Yeah, that is scary. So yeah, the game is at this point for now, and it's available on the plateau for this afternoon if you want. Just as a reminder for the vertical slice, so these are basically all of our pillars and key selling points, with a little green check mark is what we have done. So what is currently in the game, in the playthrough that you just saw. And as we said before, we'll now focus on the cooperation and have more items that people can work around together. And also, you saw that the characters are placeholders, so we'll now make proper, good-looking characters for the game. So this is our little roadmap. Basically, we started very early to tackle the technical things. multiplayer, progression, etc. We did focus on the mimics, the ambience, the shooting, the level art and design, in order to be able to playtest them, which we did last week. And the idea of the playtest was to check what we had done, and see what we should focus on next. And no big surprise here. We now need to focus on the multiplayer interactions and cooperation and the characters, while also, of course, improving the ambience, the level art, the mimics, anything we can do in the time we have. But yeah, as we want to do in our intentions, we now add more cooperation and multiplayer. Thanks for listening, and we are here to answer all of your questions.
Thank you very much. Who wants to start with questions, reactions? And we have light. Great, thank you. Yeah.
Hello, Antoine, Penguin Studio. Thank you for the presentation. I wonder, what are the kind of weapons do you, the player will be able to use? Is it guns like we see on the demo, or well, I would expect something like more that you can use against furnitures like axe or pistolet à clous. I don't know in English. This kind of thing, is it something you've planned, or you are more classical weapon?
So currently the idea was that we have more classical weapons, also like from the lore behind it, like the mimic hunters aren't professionals, they're rather like from a neighborhood association, and they like kind of have what they find. But definitely would be a good idea maybe to also have melee weapons. Yeah, and for what is planned in general, so the first weapon you see here, that is a revolver, is like the starter weapon. It's kind of feasible for both strategies of hunting, of damaging the object and going for the weak points directly. In the future, there would also be maybe a shotgun, which does very high damage to the object, but is not very precise to attack the weak points. Or you would have more of a marksman weapon that has high precision on the weak points, but doesn't do a lot of spread damage or anything like that. That's the plan.
Okay, because yeah, I think to be more funny and more thematic, it would be using guns and things like this is a bit more classical, I think, and it could be funnier to go in this direction. Also, another ref, have you played Content Warning?
I haven't played it, but I know the game well.
Okay, I think it's pretty interesting in the game, so you play YouTubers and you have to use a microphone to interview monster, and there is very goofy situation with this kind of mechanics, so I think it's an interesting ref for you to. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a look.
Thank you. There's a question online. Mathieu?
Yes, thank you. So this is still Mathieu from Tactical Adventures. So I'm very impressed by what you've done. I was completely sold when I watched the first video, so it's an awesome job to try to manage to put together all the pieces and to make it a real experience so soon. So also I was a bit concerned with the right environment as you presented last time, but I think the compromise you did with this game obscure lighting is great. That you can mix again, as you said, scary rooms and comforting rooms, and maybe you can have monsters in the peaceful rooms and not monsters in the scary rooms, which have a bit more tension and can take the player off balance. I do have a question in the end. So great job. My question is, will you have collateral damage between players? Because I think it would be fun with all the hectic situation that you see. Could be, especially if you have grenades, stuff like that, it would be very fun. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. It's already in the game right now. Yeah, it's a boost, like the chaotic feeling, like you are attacking by a mimic, and if you start panicking and shooting everywhere, you will probably hurt your teammates, and it will be like I don't know how to say. It will have consequences. If you have an hurted teammate, you will have consequences for the rest of the game. So yeah.
Yeah, just to complete the answer. We were not sure about it, and funny fact, when we launched the playtest, very fast run. So player 1 joins the room, player 2 joins the room, player 3 joins the room, player 4 joins the room, and they all shoot at themselves, like second one. That was extremely surprising and also very funny. And yeah, we thought, honestly, just keep this. It just works so well. A game where you can just shoot at your friends for no specific reason. It's obviously not how the game should be played, but I mean, if this is how player wants to do, and it creates the multiplayer and friendly interactions that we want to have. So yeah, there is collateral damage. You can definitely kill your friends, and we are completely fine with that.
Thank you.
Hi, Antoine from Ninja Theory. Thanks for the presentation. Like Mathieu said, it's really great to see like a video of the game being played, seeing like the progress and seeing something that is playable. So really looking forward to see and probably test that on the plateau. A question I have for you is around tactical and strategy. Like those videos were great, but that's also where I felt like there wasn't that much of it at the moment inside of it, where all players were just massed in the same room shooting at the same mimic. So what do you have planned to like give them roles and all of that, so that there's more strategy? What do you expect your players to be doing basically in terms of strategy?
Yeah, so thank you for a question. We're very aware that currently there is not much of a strategy and not much, there's a lot of run and gun what we did not have planned. The thing is that in the current videos, the balancing is still quite off, so the mimics are quite weak for the 4 players. So we intend to make the fight against the mimic more difficult, so that if you do not have a certain strategy or tactical plan behind it, then it's very likely that the mimic kills you. And also we want to integrate at least some items that we have planned, so that players can actually interact with each other. For example, as I mentioned in the presentation, we would have a medkit that players can use to heal each other, so that they have to kind of communicate, like, are you low? Do you need some health for me? Is there something like that, so that we can have like some more cooperation there.
And have you thought on the mimic side, what could the mimic be doing so that the player will have to behave differently or behave in a way that will force them to go in different rooms or strategize in a specific way?
There are definitely more actions planned for the mimic. The thing is that we cannot all implement them. The current main strategy or tactic that we have thought of is that, as you see, the mimic flees. So one of the main tactics would be that one player tries to follow the mimic so that the mimic cannot switch into another object. So that would be one of the main strategies that we're going for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
What about the dead player? I understand for the mission you can have malus, but if your co-op will dead, is it definitive, or you have a plan cooldown to come again in the fight?
So right now, for the vertical slide, we plan just to have, like, if you're dead, and you will be in the spectator mode. But we, for the full game, we are already thought about maybe a revive mechanic, requiring maybe like 1 or 2 players doing an RCP, and like, for example, the third one covering them from being attacked by mimics, for example. It will really emphasize on the cooperation aspects of the game. But yeah, so right now it just be like a spectator mode, and you don't respawn until the end of the game.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Really great job on having a playable prototype and showing the videos. It's really great to see that. I am wondering about the mechanics around the interactions between the players and the mimics. In the second video, the players were all talking about poking, and we could see them like poke at things. I'm curious about how that works. And is it the only way to wake up the mimics, and you can't, like, shooting at them does nothing? And then, like, what are the different ways to wake up the mimics, I guess?
So, thank you for the question. There is a hidden system for waking up the mimics. So currently, if you see the video, we cannot specifically tell you what woke them up. So basically, how it works is that there are certain conditions in the game that give the mimic points. And as soon as one mimic has reached a certain score, it will then wake up or decide to wake up. So it's always, there's a bit of a chance, random, when the mimic wakes to it. How it generally works is that players have a poking action, that they can check any object that they want to check, and this will increase the score of a mimic a lot. So the chance that the mimic wakes on a poke increases a lot when you do that. Also, players will have a mimic whistle. It's currently not in yet, but this will also increase the score as well, and will lure the mimic into making a sound, so that if you're further away from the mimic, that you will then hear a sound cue. Oh, I heard the mimic over there in this room, and it will give you a hint. And additionally, we want the mimic to have a certain animation at some point, or idle animation, that if you would sit in a room and wait for long enough, you could maybe spot a mimic like wiggling a little, and then you know, okay, this is the mimic. Okay, guys, strategize. How do we attack it now before it wakes? So that's the idea behind it.
Okay, nice. That's interesting. I think you might want to consider ways to, like, the different ways that players can interpret the point system. Because if it feels like it's completely random, it's not going to feel great. But if you give, like, clues, or if you at least drive the interpretation in some way with, like, interface or, like, direct reactions to the inputs that you talked about, yeah, I think it would make for a better experience, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there other questions or remarks? Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Lucille again. I will be talking about money. Why did you choose 4 players first? First question, there is over after.
It was just because it's a classic multiplayer number. It's just
Wrong answer. Be careful about the numbers of players you are making in a co-op game, because right now all the example of interaction between players for your own game was only about 2 players working together. 4 is classical, and it's the classical example that you gave us. Maybe it's not the right way to do a project which is so short. And that's why I'm looking at team. The way of scoping your game is to see all the aspects currently, because you have something which is, at my eyes, overscoped, way overscoped. You have multiple rooms, you have enemies which are difficult to find, you have ways to wake them, you have ways to tackle them down, you have 4 players. In online mode, you are students currently. Let's try to keep it simple at first, and then after, if you have time, increment. But right now, I'm really worried that you will not reach a polished phase in any case with the current state of your game.
Okay. Just a question. I do understand the points between interaction between 4 players, interaction between 2 players. I don't get the point of the difference between scoping for 2 players or scoping for 4 players.
It's easier to make a game for only 2 players than 4. So this is one way to scope, but you have also over levels. Okay. Different aspect of your game that you can cut down or simplify at least.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm coming for the last question, but maybe not the last, but the next.
Hello. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and the gameplay video is quite reassuring. The good news is, as the person who was speaking, you have a cut candidate list right now. At the moment, my only concern is, as I see your team, you have only one level artist, which is, you will have to do a lot on this project. So try to focus on the principle of your project, polish them as much as you can, and focus on that. You have a lot of interesting elements, and I think you can do something really interesting. Keep in mind you have like 10 or 15 minutes of gameplay, and try to put the emphasis on that, because as you can see, you already have like a loop that is at least funny for the players and funny for the people here. So I think you are in the good road, but try to focus on that for the next milestones. And also on your roadmap, try to precise your PlayStation, because you have a multiplayer game, and I would like to see the amount of PlayStation you will do. If you can do weekly PlayStation, etc., etc., it's quite important for your games and to overall understand the mood of your project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was it the last question or remarks? I'm just checking online. So I assume it was the last. So thank you, and let's congratulate the team for the great work. And let's welcome the last team of this morning, Saudade.
Hi everyone. So today we're going to be talking about Soutenances. In a minute. So Soutenances is a cozy exploration puzzle narrative solo game in third person with a 3D isometric view. We're thinking of a computer, console, and mobile release, and the duration of the game will be of around 6 to 8 hours. Now, our main goal is to create a journey that uses mistakes and creativity of the player. In Soutenances, you can explore Ernestina's childhood memories in a 2-minute time loop, where you restart at the same points. Creatively use items to forge personalized shortcuts through her home village during the Portuguese dictatorship, and optimize them to go further and further, discover new places, and help Ernestina to fulfill her dream of crafting a sailing boat, which awakes all buried memories.
So you play as Ernestina, a woman born in 1956 in the Portuguese countryside, who flew out of the country in the early 70s during the dictatorship. She never went back to her home country, but is still really attached to it, especially to some little things that remind her of her childhood, such as really tasty cough sweets, headscarves, but also birds, a symbol of escapism and freedom. A chapter always begins with a short live action sequence in first-person view with Ernestina now living in France, smelling scents, listening to some music or tasting meals that remind her of her childhood. Then, in the style of Proust Madeleine, she plunges back into her memories. The loop cycle starts when Ernestina finds herself in her home village at the time of the dictatorship. She's able to wander around in her past for 2 minutes. If the timer meets its end, Ernestina responds at the beginning of the chapter. But if she manages to go deep enough into level and to find a fragment of a sailing boat, she recollects a strong moment of her childhood. Ernestina learned how to craft small toy boats with her mother when she was young. One day she decided that she wanted to make one for herself, but never managed to finish it before she went to France. In her memories, she now has the opportunity to craft it, and it's her main goal. To do so, she has to look for boat parts scattered around her old village. Those parts can, for example, be the sail of the boat, like here, and each part has a memorable episode of her past attached to it. She now has the opportunity to attach this sail to the boat, after which she proceeds to the next chapter. So now, how do we progress in this world if we reset frequently?
So, to do so, we initially designed 3 items to navigate horizontally, vertically, and within various distance. Finally, we made the choice to propose only one item to players that regroup what the previous 3 items were doing. This allows us to give more agency to the players to decide how they want to use it and to do it smartly and creatively. So this item is a ladder, and it allows players to navigate vertically to change height faster. They can also use it horizontally to cross voids or water. And finally, the ladder is mergeable. This means more personalization for players to use them and place them where they want. However, the ladder is a limited resource in the world, so players should use them wisely and strategically, but they can move them as much as they want. Here is a little playthrough video. So now, how do we create a world around this, rewarding the use of shortcuts? To offer a sense of progression in the exploration, we need a design that allows players to go to multiple directions and create shortcuts to cross obstacles. This is why in Sodad, the world is an onion. This means that there is a central level with multiple layers around it. It's important because we don't want the players to use the same path each loop, or it will become annoying for them. So this onion allows players to create their path to go straight to the area they want and have the feelings to gain a lot of time. So for example, we can take the time to go around, place a ladder, and the next time we can directly use the ladder, and we can keep doing this to go further and further. So this onion allow players to go straight to the area they want and have the feeling to gain a lot of time. And moreover, we want to exploit the isometric camera to place hidden shortcuts. When players find this kind of shortcuts, they realize there is a natural way to gain a lot of time also.
To enhance the strategic navigation and exploit the loop system, we also designed a tide cycle. Some areas are only accessible at high or low tide. So at the start of the loop, it's high tide, and in this state, we have floating bridges that allow the players to access some areas, and the tide slowly starts to lower down. In about a minute, the tide is low and new areas are naturally accessible. For example, like the Mont Saint-Michel, if you know it. To complement this, we designed a progression system allowing the players to gain permanently more time in the loop. This way, we can make flooded area as late game content.
We wanted to add a feature that invite players to exploration through the time loop system. This is why we made a side quest. Early in the game, Ernestina meets the Beaver Kid, a child so fascinated by beavers that he tries to build a splendid dam to impress the beavers in the region. What he doesn't know is that there are no beavers in Portugal. Nonetheless, he will ask us to let him know if we find any trace of a beaver. As we progress through the first chapter, we find evidences that the animal was here recently, such as footprints, bite marks, or even a dam. After 3 evidences reported to the kid, he gives us the most precious thing he owns, a bird call, useful for the first bird puzzle. This quest also provides narration elements and increases the depth of the world. So here you can see like the interface with the tool, the bird call. So now we are going to see our main intentions.
So last time we presented our intentions, which were to offer a soothing, warm, countryside and nostalgic game. Our main visual inspirations came from Death's Door, Luca or Tiny Glade, and on the sound side from Tunic, Cult of the Lamb, Fado and also Minecraft. And then we decided to focus on 2 main aspects, nostalgia and the warm, soothing atmosphere. But how are we going to convey these emotions through the art direction?
To convey nostalgia in Sodad, we're going to use the lighting. So we have worked on making different scenarios that have their own identities. We can see here in the big frame the day 1 setup, which is a good compromise between legibility and representation of the Portugal. We do have also other lighting scenarios that are more moody, for example the sunset one on the bottom left, which emphasize a nostalgic feeling by itself and by the long shadow that it created. We are still figuring out which one we'll use, but it's only if we use only one of it. Also, nostalgia can be conveyed by shaders. We have added in the post-processing a shader which blurs a certain way the frame by blurring it in a painting way. The goal here is to represent the memory of Ernestina, which is not 100% accurate. It's a way to make the player dive in her memory. Here you can see a before and after of this shader. It is enabled on the whole screen, but you have a closer look on the vegetation and especially the grass.
The cinematics at the beginning and the end of the chapters also play a lot into the nostalgia, the live action mechanics. By invoking the sense of smell, these sequences are like a Proust Madeleine to Ernestina. It's a transition between our world, very real and physical, and the game world, which is a place of imagination, senses, and nostalgia. Of course, the bottom image is a test. We didn't have a real-world Ernestina at hand, so for now, these are my hands you see in the picture. Here is a sound of nostalgia. Timing is key for emotion, and silence is key for timing. So of course, in Sodad, we have a lot of silences in the music. We want to have an emotional music to create an environment for emotion. We play on the very dreamlike aspect of reverb and long tails for the lingering memories. This affects all aspects of the sounds in Sodad.
For the warmth and welcoming atmosphere of the game, it will come through the colors, which we want to be warm and nuanced. For example, here's the palette for the interface and how it's applied to an asset.
Also, to reinforce the emotion of calm and welcoming, we want to focus on an abundant nature. We want it slightly windy, fluffy, and wrap around like tiny glades. Everything in the environment is mostly anchored to the ground. Everything that's moving in Sodad moves slowly, except Ernestina. We want her to be a dynamic old lady. So this is a blockout of the character with a Mixamo animation. This helps us to see if the character is readable and how improve it. Your feedback will be welcome.
Here is a sound from the sound Bible of Sodad. As you can hear, we have soft attacks. The sound are soft and enveloping. We have lush midtones like a blanket with a sprinkle of higher frequencies. There are no alarms, no surprises. It's important that players feel safe in Sodad. Let's talk a bit about our players.
In terms of positioning, we aim Sodad's experience to be what we call cozy, with elements of exploration. We decided to put it between games like Dordogne, with a heavy cozy and narrative vibes, and Cocoon or Tunic, which is a nice mix between calmness and exploration. And speaking of coziness, it is an important aspect of our target audience. Since we aim cozy gaming, in cozy gaming there are multiple players in one genre. But what is coziness? Coziness itself refers to how strongly a game evokes the feeling of fantasy, of abundance. By abundance we mean not lacking anything, and softness, the feeling of going without rushing. For the players in the cozy game genre we aim, we are first casual gamers who are here for the experience of the game and its narration, but we can also have optimization-driven gamers who are here to use all the game mechanics at their best. But we can also have people not used to play. It can be people close to the gamers, like family, parents, or friends who like watching someone play and not experience the gameplay by themselves. And we want to think about them too. All those types are different, but there's one thing they have in common, and it's playing at their own pace. We want Sodad to offer to the player the possibility to personalize its experience how they want.
So in order to create an experience that will be adapted to as much person as possible, accessibility is at the core of our reflections. Here are a must-have in terms of accessibility. So first, player will be able to remap the controller, but also the keyboard and mouse controls. There will be a high contrast mode with a high focus on the items the player can interact with. There will be sound sliders that will help the players to adapt the game as their needs. There will also be a screen mode, especially for window mode if needed. Player will also be able to change the screen resolution. We will choose a font that will be in accordance to our art direction, but player will also be able to choose between two of our more classic fonts if they have difficulty to read the one we chose. And finally, as we said before, we want the player to play at their own pace, so there will be a time loop personalization. That means that in the settings, the player will be able to change the loop time and also just delete it and add more bonus time than that I will explain in the next slides. So one of our gameplay feature is especially focused about gaining time. During the chapter, player will be able to find candies that will be scattered all around the map. When eating one of these candy, the player will gain direct additional time. It can be 20 seconds or 40 seconds depending on what the player chose before. Sometimes they will only find small pieces of candy, and in this case, the player will need to have 4 pieces to have additional time. After eating a candy, player will permanently have this additional time, and this for the entire chapter. At each loop during the chapter, they will have more than 2 minutes. This feature allows players that need it to have more time in their loop, and the player that does not need it and does not want it to just ignore it. Player can adapt the strength of the candy according to their needs without losing entirely the loop concept.
To let our players to play at their own pace, we decided also to create game presets to choose at the start of a new save. Thus, they can decide quickly on which experience they want and personalize it even more in the setting menu before starting or even during their playthrough. Each mode has a loop time personalization, a mode when you can extend or delete the time loop system completely, a hint mode, activated or not, to give clues to the players on what to do with pop-ups on the screen, and, as we said before, a candies time personalization, so the candies give more time for the players in their playthrough. And now we will talk about the production aspect of the game.
So in our complete game, we will have 10 chapters, but for the vertical slice, we will produce only a small part of the first chapter. It will include our onboarding, and then we defined all we want in the vertical slice. So we will have one quest, the Beaver Kid one tool, one NPC, one memory, in which Ernestina will craft toy boats. And we'll have 2 items for the exploration, the ladder and the torch, 2 mind puzzles, and obviously many secret shortcuts. And for the little treats, we will have the possibility to collect 1 bird, the European hoopoe. For production, the initial plan was to fully produce our level 1 and then the level 2. But the core experience of our game really took place in the level 2. So we decided to rethink our level design and merge level 1 and 2 into bigger area, the countryside area, which will be surrounded by some smaller levels. With this new design, we had to adapt our planning. So as you can see, maybe not. So we stopped the production of the level 1 and we started to work on countryside, and after we'll do the other smaller levels. And it allows us to think the onboarding in the same time that the others level, which will be for us a better opportunity to have better onboarding. And okay, we missed one slide, but it's okay, I think. So thank you. This is our team. It was Soudad.
Thank you. Who wants to start with questions, remarks? Yes, thank you.
Hello, Laura, the freelance producer. Thanks for the presentation. It was a nice one. Your game seems really fun and really cute, so I like it very much. But in terms of presentation, I think there is a lot of different things you talked about, and I'm not sure I understood everything. So I'm gonna ask a question to make sure that I understood the core thing of the game. Concerning the time loop, is it like you explore a level, something, and you try to find things, and then the time loop ends, and it restarts, and it's reset. Is that it? Yeah? Okay, so I'm following. So the issue here I have is I have to ask you to make sure that I understood correctly. Maybe if you had a mock-up that recap this, it might be very helpful. Because I think I understood better the beaver thing, the side quest, than the main quest and the main objective. So I think it's more a question of presentation and how you present it to us than what you have, because I think you have it. You seem to have everything, but there is a lot of things. There is the core gameplay, the time loop, the different mod, the notebook, the puzzles. What did I write? Tools. I'm not sure I understood what tools are except the ladder. So yeah. This is maybe more of a recommendation, but something else. but overall, it seems like a really great concept. So I think you can find something there, and just be careful about like the scoping and how you present it, because it might be very difficult for you to reach the end. And oh yes, and one more thing. Do you know the game Insight? Hindsight, H-I-N-D. Yeah, Hindsight. Yeah, Insight, I think it is. It might be a good reference for you to check it. It's published by Annapurna, and it was a nice one with memory things and things like that. Okay.
Thank you. There's a question online. Mishka? Mishka, yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Great presentation again. I love the idea of Salvaci. It's a really powerful word from the Portuguese language. Salvaci also has a lot of happiness that I feel like what we saw of your game is a bit I don't want to say sad, but too nostalgic, like missing something. Salvaci usually has a more positive way of.
Hey, thank you for your question. We want when we will choose the font to have it like accessible in design. It's something it's one of our main focus. However, readability is can be personal. Like maybe some people will be able to read it. Maybe some people will have more difficulty, and that's why we wanted to give the possibility to change the font if maybe it's not readable for a type of handicap or some people.
Do you need another answer or?
I don't know. It's not only about the typeface, right? It's about the colors, the usability. Like, but it's okay. I get where you're going. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
You just asked something about the narration in the beginning of your question. Yes, about the fact that the Sodad is really nuanced and not only sadness and nostalgia, but also happiness. I feel like We're working on the dialogues at the moment, but it's not the most easiest thing to show during the presentation. But we want to create this form of happiness in the dialogues, also because we want to show that the whole game is like the childhood of Ernestina, and so we want to show a time made complex, of course, because of the historical context, but seen through the eyes of a child. And I think this is quite challenging for us to find this nuance, but we think that this is the path for a good balance between sadness, nostalgia, and also happiness and hope.
Thank you. You can take the time to work on that narrative and pre-establish some accessibility issues, so you don't have to code or develop accessibility options. You just go for the most accessible things and then focus on that. That's like where I was trying to go. Thank you very much.
Hi, Antoine from Ninja Theory. Great presentation again. It's really great to see, like, on the first presentation you already had like the sample of prototype and seeing it come together. Like, it's easier for all of us to project ourselves into and maybe being more precise to like our feedback. So great work on that. My kind of question and remark is about one of the core elements that I'm still struggling to see the player challenge with is the time loop. I understand that it's really important for the narrative and it's a strong theme, but at the moment it feels like it's more of a nuisance than an element of the challenge for the player. In the example level, sorry, in the example level that you showed, the ladder was a cool tool, but it felt like the time loop was just like, oh shit, I just have to reset and just do it again. Do you have something in mind so that the loop is much more integrated into what the player is supposed to be doing and how to make it a good frustrating thing more than just, ah shit, I just have to restart the level again?
So for the loop, we are designing the tide cycle around the loop, so we want to use it to make the loop useful. And we also have quests like the Beaver Kid quest, which are designed around the loop, because from one loop to another, the character will progress and change place in the world. So we're working to accord other gameplay design with the loop to make it more interesting. But we can discuss it more if you want after.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, Remy from Pancake Days here again. Thanks for the presentation. Still really solid like the first one. I am wondering about your gameplay items. You've shown the ladder, which is prototyped and looking really good. But you also mentioned the torch, which I understand is just planned for now. But do you have ideas of how the two will interact together? That's my question.
Yeah, so the torch is planned in our vertical slice, but is not a priority for now. It's not an item used for navigation. It's designed as an item used for puzzle, to bring flame from one place to another and use the navigation we created before. So this is how it will be in the game.
So you use the ladder to plan the navigation and then you move the flame, is that it?
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Thank you. Other questions or remarks? Just looking if there's online. No other question, remarks? No, I'm just checking if it's me who has faded perception. Are you already angry? Hungry, sorry. It's me. I'm tired. Yeah, thank you.
Hello again. You were speaking about Mixamo for animation, but I don't think you plan to do animation by yourself. Just be careful, because since Mixamo animation, well, your camera is quite a bit different than the camera you can find on Mixamo, and specifically Mixamo animation doesn't have too much personality, I think, and you have a character and you want to convey a story. So having animation that are personalized by your character would be super important, I feel like, specifically since you are well in a top-down situation, not the top-down, but more in an isometric situation, and also a third-person camera. So just do not discard this because it can bite you again next time. I don't know, but try to find maybe a solution for that. And also, it's quite costly to do. So think about it and see what you can do. Thank you.
If I can respond, the Mixamo animation is just temporary. It's just to see the character moves in the environment, and we're gonna make all the animation we need. We're gonna outsource this to another person, but all the animation of the character will be handmade.
Thank you. No more questions? Just checking. No. So let's congratulate the team. And all the teams of this morning. So thank you and congrats for the work. We will have a break now, a lunch break. We will start by going to the buffet for the jury. And then you can have time, I didn't say it this morning, but you will have time for the people here. You will have time to exchange with the team, to test the things, to see some other things that we are presented this morning. And we will see again at 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, at 2 here. Thank you for the people online. Thank you for following, and see you, well, hear you in few hours. So at 2 here in the amphitheater. Thank you. Have a great break. Hi again. Hi everyone. Hi again. Again. We're gonna start for this afternoon. I hope everybody's back online. So I let the last one to settle. So welcome back for these 3 remaining games of this afternoon. And let's welcome, a warm welcome please, for CU Star Station.
Okay. Okay. So, have you ever dreamed of becoming a magical girl? Like fighting for justice with your dazzling superpowers and all? Because we totally do. And that's why we wanted a game where you can play it. And welcome to CU Star Station. This is a game about magical girls, about travel, and about finding your purpose in life and much, much more, of course. So you will play as Alaya, a young woman, 24 years old, who is also a junior magical girl and working in an independent magical agency. She travels around to get some contracts and help people, but mostly, well, she doesn't have any idea what to do with her life, just like a lot of us. On her quest for meaning, she'll meet wacky friends, but also deadly enemies. She will laugh, panic, cry, but it will make her stronger. Don't be afraid of your emotions. Use them to power your magic and face what stands against you. This is CU Star Station.
So, the game stands on 3 game main pillars. Find your place, a story about self-questioning through the beauty and loneliness of travel, where we're actually going to make you introspect. Modern magical girls, a brought up-to-date take on the magical girl aesthetic and tropes set in Europe with magic, sparkles, and all that dazzling aesthetic that you can typically look for, and memorable encounters. So you meet and you befriend, and you best colorful friends and foes. These pillars are the foundation of our wonderful, imperfect world in which our game takes place. More about our game. So it's a highly narrative-driven experience that includes codes from several genres, such as visual novels, investigation, the Ace Attorney style, and action boss fights, focusing on a non-violent objective. It's meant to release on PC and console for a full experience of around 12 hours.
Since CU Star Station has multiple gameplay and systems, our target audience also has multiple axes and players to consider. Our target are mid-core and casual adult gamers, since it asks for some skills, but we don't want it to be an obstacle for people less used to play video games, but still want to play due to the magical goal and mostly the narrative aspect of the game. Speaking of narration, our first and principal target's pillar is narrative-driven players. They play to discover new stories and characters and like to play as someone else and feel emotion throughout their game experience. We also have people fond of magical girl aesthetic who can be players or not, but who want to experience a magical girl adventure just like the ones they love to watch when they were a kid. I don't know about you, but I'm one of these ones. And our secondary target pillar is gameplay-oriented players who seek diversity in gameplay phases and objectives in what the game offers. They like to master the game, they like to learning by trying. These two types of players seem to be a bit different, but it doesn't mean it's not compatible and they cannot coexist. We want to offer the possibility to all players, especially those fond of narrative experiences, to find something they will enjoy in our game and that will resonate in them. For our market positioning, we have 2 axes linked to the narration and how it's shown and used in other games. First, we have storytelling-driven games, like narration, like visual novels, game with stories, strong characters, and strong writing. And gameplay-driven narration, what we mean by that is different systems serving the narration, multiple gameplay systems with narrative intentions. See You Star Station is placed between games like Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood and Persona 5 with dense stories, and Sorry We're Closed or Nier Automata with more than one gameplay to tell something to the players.
So, okay, let's see what happens in Sea Star Station. So you already know Alaya, our dear magical girl, trying to find her place in this tumultuous world. She's curious and altruistic, overthinks a lot and lacks some confidence, yet she's quite rebellious and ready to make things better. Of course, she's not alone on her journey, followed by her best ally and friend, her fun sidekick, Qualo. They might be a bit cynical, but they are kind-hearted and a good advisor.
Okay, so they seem like very nice people, don't they? Well, they go through a lot. So Alaya will experience her adventure over the course of 10 chapters, facing enemies with their own fears, reflecting the ones she has. For example, a wacky wizard afraid of growing up, or a very lonely sidekick. But she'll start off very optimistic with the first steps. Then she'll learn about the role of work industry in finding your place. Then the role of social acceptation and love. Then she'll experience a stable life, very simple, very cozy, but she'll have to go on, slowly losing hope in the society she can't control. It's hard. But she'll end up taking time off with her magical sisterhood and like self-caring, you know. She'll realize how much she grew. She will be now a mentor to someone, but it's not that easy. And she will have to face the consequences of all of her flaws and life choices in a very, very harsh way that she will regret. So then she will give up going back home to a life she won't choose, unless she realizes that place isn't definitive or magical. It's okay not to find your place, and that's a bit human to search for it. Don't give up, Alaya. So these thematic arcs, they are all contained in one chapter that we think is a good point for a story. Here in the chapter 3, we chose for the vertical slice, Alaya will experience being a star and get to think about admiration, love, and her savior complex. She'll meet an enemy full of himself and ready to do anything for a bit of attention, but she'll also meet a magical girl that will become her love interest. Ooh. So this chapter is a lot of emotional turmoil that represent well the diversity of our game, from lighthearted moments to an epic boss fight with a lot of emotional layers in between.
So during this journey of 10 chapters, Alaya will go through 3 main situations. So first, when she's in the train, she reflects on her life and thinking about a lot of stuff. Then she's in town, she has to do her job and investigate magical threats until she finally finds the enemy and confronts them in an epic emotional face-off. So that's a lot for poor Alaya, so she really needs a time off to breathe in and think, so that she'll go again introspect in the train before she go in a new place. So, what's better place and time than the train she travels with between towns? For her, it's a perfect moment to introspect and think about past, present, or future events. Is she thankful, anxious, maybe hungry or lonely? Well, actually, it's up to the player to choose. So let's see in a little demo.
Sorry. So, as you saw, the introspection is some kind of visual novel sequence with some branching choices. In every chapter, 3 emotions will take the lead on Alaya's mind, depending on the context of what she experienced in recent events, of course. The narrative choice player make in the train will act as some kind of personality test for her, until one of these 3 emotions stands out, defining how she'll mainly feel for the incoming chapter. And these emotions of the introspection phase are part of a bigger set of emotions, creating some kind of emotional palette. We have 7 of them in total that she can experience throughout the game, depending on what she experienced in the game. And once Alaya is going through one of them, it will change the way she acts and talk. But mostly, when she'll transform into a magical girl, she'll learn a special outfit with unique abilities related to this emotion. This is her sparkle suit. That's a lot of emotions. But she's also here for a job. And well, she'll have to understand what's going on before using her powers.
So Alaya's gonna go in a numerous town, but in this chapter mission, the chapter mission will bring us to a town called West Ladera. A town that is a mix between the countryside and a much more urbanized city. But something feels off. There's too much speakers. There's too much screen in the city. And why are they talking so much about this one guy, Brad Waycast, described as perfection incarnate? Alaya knows now the core of the problem. This dude put a spell on the inhabitants, and all of them are big, big fan of him. But how to reach him? How to stop him? Who is he really?
So, Alaya must investigate. To do so, she needs to explore the city in search of information. Since narration through dialogue will take a huge part in our game, we decided to embrace the code of a visual novel. West Ladera then is divided into small delimited areas at different levels of height in the Coliseum city. Each zone will act as a diorama and be easily explorable. A bit like a spider web, some of them are connected to other ones. For example, from the street area, you can go to the park, the square, and the train station, but you can't reach the backstage.
So, as for the artistic direction of the city and the game in general, we found it about 3 pillars. The first one being limited color palettes to strengthen the mood of the game and gives a bit of limitation to play around. Then I focused on the mundane and the everyday aspects of it, such as gutter, climatization, power lines, to give our environment a tangible feeling for everyone to see, and because we believe that the mundane can be as interesting as the fantastic. Finally, since our game has a heavy focus on nostalgia, we take big inspiration of artistic movements from the beginning of the millennia, such as Y2K aesthetic. So, of course, the big thing is the camera, as always, to translate all of this artistic direction. So, as you saw, we have a scripted camera and the main deal is to construct interesting scenography built around them and how they zoom and travel through the 3D space to translate what mode we want to talk about in each of these little frames.
But how can Alaya learn more about Brad? First, she can find clues like a memory or a secret letter by interacting with the environment. And she can ask NPCs who will provide her with valuable information more or less easily depending on their temperament and how you choose to talk to them. Here an example of conversation we made with Ink. As you can see, Bob seems to be an overhyped person. Maybe we'll learn something interesting from him, like the name Brad Waycast. Additionally, Alaya can rely on her sidekick to assist her in this investigation. This magical phone includes 3 key features: the camera to detect invisible objects or NPCs and make them visible. After all, maybe the people who don't love Brad are just hidden away by magic. The notes, a directory that compiles all the essential information she has obtained from NPCs or objects. And the log, a record of all the past dialogues. These features are accessible through the pause menu and can be mapped to shortcuts to consult them at any time. Now, our magical girl is well prepared to fight this opponent.
So, if she's ready, then you have to focus. Breath in, breath out. Remember the strong emotion you had in the train. Remember it, and you know what? Transform. Transform into your magical girl form. Get your sparkle suit. It's time for an epic lesson. It's time for the bad guys to learn a lesson they won't forget. Oops. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, I ruined the mood. Excusez-moi.
Y a pas de souci. Yes. Okay, as you said, it's the time for some epic things. So let's talk about the music. In this game, I opted for the hyperpop music to represent the world and especially the boss fight. Why hyperpop? Because hyperpop is hyper pop. So, as the name says, it's take the pop codes and add it some techno and EDM genre. So hyper dynamic, hyper epic. Okay. Hyperpop is a genre associated to the internet Y2K culture, and among that, the Japan Y2K culture with mangas and magical girl spirits. So it's a good choice for the artistic direction. And hyperpop, by these influences, is existing in the nightclub middle. So I have the idea to remix with a DJ controller the track I've made for this live club feeling. I have mock-up.
Okay, so now we have an epic theme, we have an epic main character. Let's talk about an epic boss. The big, the bad, the bold Brad Waycast. With his pizzazz and absolute confidence in his talent, he managed to charm every inhabitant of West Ladera. It's Alaya's job to take him down and stop his hypnotic moves from plunging the town into absolute chaos. She'll confront him on his own stage and attempt to take him down in a top-view action platform sequence. Not platform. She arrives first, then she has to move and dodge projectiles and attacks patterns from the boss. She obviously can get hit by those attacks, and unfortunately for her, she'll lose HP when that happens. While doing all that, she has to gather what are called punchline points on the ground. Getting punchline points is useful for the second phase, the dialogue that we'll talk about right after. To do this, she has an ace up her sleeve. Her magical super suit that we talked about before, is going to allow her to take the upper hand with special powers depending on the emotion that she has. This one, for example, is ego. You can power up in order to use your HP to get punchline points. When she has enough punchline points, she can go near Brad and interact with him. At that point, a dialogue starts. You use points to choose embranchments during the dialogue. 1 point, 1 choice. These dialogue choices deal a certain amount of damage, I would say. It's a non-violent combat. Some choices are better than others, obviously. You're going to use the information that you gathered during the exploration phase, where you try to talk to NPCs, get more information about the character, try to really hit emotional weak spots. At that point, when you beat him, good job, you're up to the next phase. There are 3 phases for each boss. At the end, you win. If you have no more punchline points during a dialogue, that's fine. You just get booted back to the action phase, you start again, and if you get back into the dialogue, you just pick up where you left off. As you talk, Brad opens up more and more about his hidden feelings, and so do you. You realize that you have much more in common than you think when it comes to this need for attention, this ego. It'll give you matter to think about the next time you'll take the train, the introspection that we talked about. But for now, you made it. You talked Brad out of his ego trip. Congratulations. Let's talk about the fast forward part, because after the boss, there's a slight time skip. You build things back, you have to, society gets back to normal. And we're gonna let you have a hub zone after the boss, where you can discuss with the NPCs you talked to and you discovered during the exploration phase, and kind of recap. It's a way for us to, give you a satisfying conclusion and a time to end things at your own pace. No rush, take your time before hopping on back to the train. And there we are. You're on the move again. You're onto your next destination and a new mission. It's not easy to find your place, and Alaya will have to learn and try a lot. But she'll eventually realize that it's okay to search for it. Things move fast in this world, and trying to make sense of them is only human. Magical girl, but still human.
Now that we went through this whole adventure, we can talk about, in terms of accessibility, what we want to achieve. First, we like to have a remapping function. It's already programmed in the game, and we want it on controller, keyboard, and mouse. We also want sound sliders for the game to experience the great sound you just heard for the master sound, but not only for SFX, the UI or the UI sounds. We also want screen options, screen mode, window and full screen modes, and screen resolution, and text options with the change of the text font, the dialogue background, and the text color. We also like to have what we call a story mode with no boss fights, only the dialogue of the boss or a help during the boss fights. We also, like we said earlier, have a dialogue log to keep a track of the previous dialogues if needed, and if we need informations we missed, since our narration is important, with also a skip and a fast forward dialogue function. We also like a UI resizing function and a high contrast mode. What we mean by that is putting important elements in priority on screen with outlines and putting the rest of the environments in darker shades to focus on what informations are important to the player and what we can interact with. Since our game has a strong narrative aspect, all textual content should be accessible. We'd love to be accessible. What we mean by that is the interface, the menus, the dialogues, and all the important information the player needs to have to go through the game.
So to make all of this real, so we'll realize a small part of our third chapter and a small part of our introspection with 3 sparkle suits obtainable, a little bit of investigation, and finally our confrontation with with some types of attacks and attacks pattern for our boss. So you finally see all these questions, emotions, conflicts, personalities, adventures. They are what makes CU Star Station. Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to start with the first questions or remarks? Yes.
Hi, Antoine from Ninja Theory. Thanks for the presentation. First of all, it's really great to see the progress and the shifts here and there from like the first presentation where it was a massive project. It's still a very big project, but it's getting smaller, so that's good. Maybe it needs to be a bit more small. I've got a few questions, but one is when you did that diagram to show where the game was placed, and you mentioned the difference between storytelling-driven narrative and gameplay-driven narrative. Why do you make a distinction between the two?
Thank you for your question. The difference we made between storytelling-driven and gameplay-driven is with all the other games we analyzed. What we mean by storytelling is is heavily focused in the writing and scenario aspects of the game. Like, for example, when it's fully visual novel, for example, or with game that have a strong visual novel element. And when we say gameplay driven is when gameplay and game design systems are used to tell something. For example, in Nier Automata, you have gameplay phases, for example, shoot them up phases, but they tell something, not only with words. And that's what we wanted to say with these two axes.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is more about like that boss rush phase, which is really interesting, but I'm struggling to see the impact of those punchline points, or like the loop that you have seems to be like I'm supposed to investigate and learn more about this enemy I'm going to fight and then use that information. And it feels to me that the challenge is already there of figuring out the information I need to say in those phases. So why did you feel that you needed to add those like collectible punchline points for that phase?
Yeah, so it's our way to make sure you spend a little time actually in the action phase. It's a way for us to focus the player on there's no shooting, there's no attacking. It's kind of your way to attack the same way in Fury you would shoot bullets at the opponent, which we are trying to avoid with this game. You just get their punchline points and then you go talk to the boss. It's a way also to make it so that the choices that you make are impactful in the sense that yes, if you didn't have this system, the choices that you would make would be impactful too, but a bit less because there's this slight, oh, I'm using a resource to do what I'm doing. There's more of a feeling of accomplishing something and feeling like you're pushing forward in the dialogue that allows us to, we're not showing the boss's HP bar to the player, so it's one way to show them that they are progressing.
Okay, thank you.
About the kind of argument that you use, you gave them different type of points. I suppose that it's the stronger are the one that you have found in the level. So why adding weak arguments? Did the player can just go confront the boss and win just by trying again and again with weak arguments?
I think rather than seeing it as a weak argument sort of situation, it's more of a win-win. You can't really. There's nothing that you can say that makes you fail a dialogue. I think failing a dialogue is something that we don't really want with this game. It doesn't really feel good in a lot of games, so we think it's not going to feel good in ours. It's our way to make it so some of them are going to be more impactful and some of them are going to be less impactful, but you're still going to get to the core of the boss. You're still going to get to the core of his emotional lollipop with your discussion and you're progressing inside his story.
So did you actually block the player to go confront the boss without exploring before? And how you make it?
So the character, they have to explore before. It's a phase that they have to do, so they gather information. At some point, they decide that they want to go fight the boss, or they find out where the boss is, at least the way to get there. On their way, they gather information. They have gathered information no matter what. And then, it's their job, kind of, it's the challenge, to figure out when and where to use this information in the dialogue. We're not showing the player which dialogues are stuff that they unlocked during the investigation. They don't know that. They have to link what they learned with the different choices that they have during the dialogue with the boss. They have the dialogue log to help and the codex to kind of remind themselves. Sorry, but other than that, you know, it's part of our challenge.
It would be nice for the presentation to have a cloud of words and how you will order them in order to make a phrase or an argument in order to see which this phase of a boss fight look like. It's really difficult to picture, at least for myself right now.
Thank you. Other question, feedbacks? I don't see any online. Oh yes, there's one. So Mathieu? Mathieu, we don't hear you. Your mic is off. Yeah,
Sorry,
thank you.
I thought I muted. So thank you for that presentation. This is Mathieu from Tactical Adventures. I'm a bit concerned. I know this may not be a game for me because I'm just too old and it's not my cup of tea, but I'm a bit concerned about the fact that you focus a lot on the emotional, social acceptance, which may be important, but it's an objective to achieve, while under that there's the gameplay. And the game to me is a bit energy or shallow or not demonstrated. You show the combat and it's mostly paper design, and at this stage I think you should already be showing some prototypes. So you have only like 2 months to go. So my advice would be to really focus on the gameplay, on the visual aspect of the game, because I'm afraid that you focus too much on what you want to make the player feel in the end, and instead of the game experience, of the actions, of the features you have to use, etc. So sorry if I don't want to sound too harsh, but and maybe again this is not a game for me, but I'm a bit concerned at this point.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. We are actually, now that all the narrative systems are in, we are just going to write on the side while the rest of the team works, yes, on this polish of the action, of the visuals and all. So yeah, we know it's a bit of a tight schedule, but we will try to focus on what's important. Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation. This seems really unique. It looks like what you're going for is a coming-of-age story, which is not something we have a lot in video games, I feel. Some people may disagree. How many people of you are going to be working on the writing for this game?
For the whole game, I don't know. For now, we are. I'm in charge of narrative design, but I have help of Jazz right here, and we also consult with other designers. But for the writing part, I'm mainly doing it for now. But up to this point, it's more of prototype. So I will see if I need help to get faster with it.
Yeah, I would really suggest planning ahead and having more people working on the writing, because like your game is really ambitious still. It's nice to see that you did cut down on some things that you talked about the last time, but it's still really huge, and you have a lot of writing ahead of yourself. So yeah, I would suggest planning ahead, maybe having more people working on it, especially because that also means that you can like read each other's work, and that can also be a very productive exchange. And also, this more of a, this is just a suggestion, but you can also start prototyping your dialogues with Twine or something like that, and I think that would be a good idea. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we started prototyping it. We want to test it soon.
Thank you. So, some more question or remark? Yeah.
Lucas from Ubisoft. I think last time you were saying that the suit was useful during the exploration phase. I'm not sure it's the case right now, but could you confirm?
No, it's not the case anymore. Now we have it only for the boss fight, which is more impactful, we think.
And how long is a boss fight, you think? Approximately, of course.
Well, in terms of like minutes, it's a bit hard to say. In terms of percentage, we're aiming for like maybe 60-70% investigation and 30% boss fight. I'd say I think the boss fight is going to be maybe 5 to 10 minutes long. We're not sure yet. You know, it'll depend a lot on the temporality we want to give, how much time we want the player to spend in dialogue and certain stuff like that.
Because my concern is you're pushing a lot the KPI that is you have a suit, but you are not using that much in your game. And I'm afraid that the return of investment of creating those suits will not be impactful, specifically in the 2/3 of your game. So maybe you should find a way to use it a bit more or do less suits. I don't know, but you need maybe to find a balance on that. We can discuss it together on the plateau, but yeah, this is just my concern.
Yes, you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just checking if there's other questions or remarks. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Is it a choice to have a boss look like really Metaton boss like Undertale? Because yeah, it's really we can see that very.
Yes, I think I'm not talking about me only, but it was Metaton was an inspiration for the boss. I'd say that yes, the inspiration is clearly visible, but he's more than just a dancer. He's a showman, and we intend to play on that in the way he moves and the way he interacts with Alaya.
Yeah, because take care, because the bosses it's look like the merge of the two forms of the Metaton.
Yeah, well, I won't say that we took but yes, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm saying, but thank you for your feedback.
And if I add something, he also had inspiration from the old boys band, like Backstreet Boys and stuff like that.
Generational references, thank you. Do you have other questions or remarks? No. I see there's none also online, so that was the last question and remark. Thank you. Let's thank the team and congrats. And let's welcome the next team, which is Red Blood C, or maybe not.
Ouais, restez devant. Pour l'instant, rien, mais s'il y a besoin genre de scroller ou quoi. Peut-être près de toi ou quoi. Ouais. Non, je pense que ça va scroller. Prends le deuxième micro. Prends le deuxième micro. On attend un peu plus tard. Quand on veut. Ah, quand la lumière s'éteint. Ok. So, c'est bon? Okay. No more magical girls. Thanks for coming. So we are happy to announce that Red Blood Sea becomes Viscera. I hope you like it.
Who are you? And who will you become? Leave your old self behind and shape your future in this rite of passage. Guided by Beot, a legendary weapon who judges your path, every trial and choice reveals who you are and how you'll wield this power. Viscera is a solo, first-person hack and slash where every decision, whether violent or peaceful, shapes the experience and reflects your identity as a player. It is a game where the story is one you make about yourself, thanks to its probabilistic and player-driven approach. Our intentions are to question the conventions of video games, and mainly the omnipresence of violence and killing as the standard and often only way to solve conflict, propose and promote an alternative, non-violent style of gameplay that remains as dynamic, intense, and rewarding as the violent one, and give the players a chance to self-reflect by forcing them into making meaningful choices and showing them the consequences of those choices, be it on the difficulty, on the world, or on their identity. So in accordance with those intentions, our pillars are offering the players personalized reports on their playstyle and performance, expanding the scope of how they view themselves in the context of the game, tuning our non-lethal option to be as skill-based and juicy as the lethal one, making sure the player's ability to choose their style isn't hindered by an unbalanced alternative, and finding meaningful dilemmas, where the player's decisions can tell us more about what they value and give priority to in their playthrough.
So our target audience is going to have expectations regarding the game being a FPS hack and slash. So taking this into account, we have determined that players might be looking for a good challenge with an engaging combat system that offers depth, leading to a sense of mastery. They would also expect intense and exciting gameplay, a frantic and fast-paced experience with complex combat mechanics. They will also look for an immersive and visceral experience coming from audiovisual aesthetics, juicy game feel, and a compelling storyline. We have also identified 3 main pain points they might be confronted to. Sensory distractions could lead to visual and cognitive overload, which we want to avoid as much as possible. We also have to be wary about motion sickness in first person. Hindrances, by this I mean that players do not want to be slowed down or stopped in a fast FPS game. Repetitiveness also has to be taken into account to keep the player engaged and avoid boredom. And lastly, unfair difficulty, bad balancing, unclear combat mechanics, not feeling in control of their actions, and difficulty spikes could be a source of intense frustration for our players. About our audience, it ranges from mid to hardcore. This comes from the fact that aiming and moving quickly in a complex 3D space will be core to the experience.
So now let's take a look at how the game is played. So this is a first look at our movement. So there's a jump, a dash, and what we've called a ground slam that allows the player to go back on the ground faster. That when you mesh them together, it allows you to move above the enemy if you want. So these movements were inspired by Ultra Kill mostly. Now let's take a look at what we have in the way of combat. So if you want to be violent in our game, you first have to place yourself with nearby the enemies. You have to slash to create openings and reveal their weak points. And then you stab the weak points to destroy them. And when an enemy's weak point are all destroyed, they are killed. But let's suppose that you decide to be merciful with them. There's also the linking mechanic. So we also have way for the player to possess an enemy, and when they do, they create a link between their former and current body. And when you create a link, you can try to make a loop with the link that you created, just like so. And when you close the loop, you link the enemies that were part of the loop, removing them from the battlefield peacefully. So the way we intend our game to be is that you can choose to be violent or not by killing or linking the enemies. They are
different types of challenging. So the killing one would be placement and precision. The challenging elements would be these, whereas for the linking, it would be more of a tactical planning and positioning as well. But we want both of these to be equally juicy, fast-paced, and challenging.
As for audio integration, we put our focus on character controller sounds for now, while the enemy's AI systems and environments are being built. We do all of this while keeping our pillars in mind, meaning we want a visual, organic character to sounds, and we want especially sounds to be affected in real time by our consequences system. So depending on if we are in a violent path or a non-violent path, the whole soundscape should change. Here's a showcase of how it feels for now.
So, after looking at other games kinda like ours, we made this matrix that represents where is Viscera's position in the market. So, as you can see, we took references from fast-paced games like Ultra Kill or I Am Your Beast, where the player can enjoy the excitement of fight and the desire of completion or mastery. And we also took games with very different gameplay mechanics, but in which the player can find their choices having an impact on the game, in the stories, dialogues, or even if the way that they decide to play the game, such as Undertale or Tunic. And Viscera is right behind. So we identified 3 motivations, challenge pillars that matches our target audience and how they will be represented in our game. So first of all, the player will enjoy the excitement of fast-paced fighting, playing along with the intense rhythm of the waves of enemies and dealing with priorities management during the fight. With this priorities management, they will face tactical fighting, like revealing weak points, and also in the link mechanic. And the win conditions will depend on the level, so brings the players to have to face a mechanic dilemma. But the players' actions will also have a narration impact in the way the world evolving. So it's what we call self-expression, and they will have to be able to choose the impact they want to have on the world.
So, Viscera takes place in a space out of time, tailored for this rite of passage. This ethereal, timeless, and surrealist realm exists solely for the purpose of transformation and self-discovery. It is guarded by Bayot, a sentient, legendary rapier. The player embodies a cipher, a hollow shell into which they can fully project their own identity. Even more, the player will change bodies across the game, possessing different dwellers as they progress and reflecting the essence of the rite, leaving behind an old self and defining a new one through the choices made during its trials. That is the whole purpose of this quest, to attain a new status through the rite of passage. It is a journey of transformation where every decision made by the player has consequences on the world and on the formation of their own identity, defining who they will be and how they will use Bayot's powers going further. Here's an overview of the whole experience. We start with an extended introduction, serving both as a mechanical onboarding and as an exposition of the setting and trigger for the following events. Those will be a succession of arenas each based on their specific theme related to the rite of passage. This is where our vertical slice is situated, as we'll develop two levels of the second arena, based on the theme of contemplation. Finally, the last arena serves as the setting for the climax and resolution of this arc, where their choices made by the player so far will determine who they are. While the game would start on a neutral state, the vertical slice, being situated along the middle of the game, will allow us to start it from a point that's already been influenced by a violent playstyle. The player is then able to choose whether they'll take it further down that path or try to change that trajectory. This will allow us to showcase the main elements that we'll be able to produce for the vertical slice, showing what changes in the animation, the environment, the shape of the rapier, and the behavior of the enemies as we transition from this violent state back towards a neutral one. So here's for how the vertical slice will go. We'll start with a cutscene, introducing the arena and its main theme, contemplation. It will lead the player to their first gameplay situation, being the first level of the arena. There, the player will have to fulfill the level's objectives in order to clear the successive waves of dwellers. Note how we started the vertical slice from a violent path, so the environment, rapier shape and animations, and enemy behavior all reflect that. Once the level is finished, the level recap will provide the player with information about how they dealt with it, both in terms of performance, thanks to elements like the time of completion of the level and objectives, and in terms of choice, notably showing them the proportion of dwellers they have either killed or linked. Now, this is where the magic happens. While in the full game, we would now go on to the second level. In the vertical slice, we'll take a shortcut directly to the last one, so we can showcase some more dramatic changes, as well as the end of arena recap. In this last level of the arena, we imagine that the player has leaned more towards non-violent gameplay. As you can see, this has had effects on the game world, bringing it back closer to the neutral state. We then get to the end of arena recap. It gives us the same information as the level recap, but this time with the addition of a persona, a title based on the player's behavior and choices of playstyle so far, showing how they responded to the question posed by the arena's theme. We end the vertical slice with a final cutscene, closing the arena and introducing the next one in a bit of a cliffhanger. Here's to summarize that whole timeline. The bigger boxes represent rises in intensity, as those are our levels, and the player is then fully committed to the fast-paced gameplay. To progress in those levels, you will have objectives to fulfill, ones that, combined with the level design, are meant to put players through meaningful dilemmas, giving us information about the kind of players they are. This bit chart also lets us see how the inter-level recaps help to give the players some time to breathe between two sessions of quick and intense decision-making.
The dwellers we talked about are emanation of this world made to serve the rite of passage. The humanity projected on them questions the action of the aspirant, the one that takes that rite. They're covered of the flowing smoke that hide their viscera, and they're identityless. They still convey emotion through their behavior, though. In terms of production, the dwellers are modeled, rigged, and some shaders are prepared for them to be then textured, skinned, and animated to be fully integrated into the game. Special thanks to Marie that helped us doing the 3D model.
So the dwellers have weak points spread on their body. We have a first iteration of the shader that allows us and allows the player to see those weak points through the dwellers from every angles, regardless of where the camera is pointed at the dwellers. We also are able to choose which body parts we want to filter in or out of the system, so we can have only the head, torso, legs, or arms, or any mix of those. We can as well vary the size of weak point between small, medium, and big. The mix of all those options allow us to create an experience where we can vary difficulty
by changing the number of weak points, their position and sizes.
We also want to convey the impact of players' choices into the humane behavior and logical behavior of the enemies, where the choices, you make impact their behavior. So this is what is conceptualized right now for the whole game. So there are 3 different big states that are the aggressive state, the afraid state, and the playful state, that each correspond to the different ways you can play the game. So with the playful state being more of a challenge to reach the enemies and the aggressive state being more of a challenge to survive the enemies. And this is what is going to be developed for the vertical slice, since we are running inside, at the beginning of the vertical slice, we are more in an aggressive state. And so this is the place of the aggressive behavior right now. If we can launch the video, please. Okay. Thanks. So the aggressive behavior is enemies running at you and beginning to attack you. So the challenge being survive the attack of the enemies. And the afraid behavior, that is the neutral behavior, is the enemies being hidden behind stronger enemies and trying to shoot at you from behind the bigger enemies. This leads to a challenge being more of reaching the enemy.
About our art direction. So we wanted something visceral but not gore. For example, the idea is to create more organic depiction of blood in the violent path and more abstract ones in the non-violent path. Also, surrealist is another keyword. The game takes place in Biot's mental space, so we wanted to create a word with no function and also to play with scales. And directly linked to the surrealistic parts, we aim to use symbolic elements that are also narrative and can be found in any aspects of the game. For example, the environment, the UI, the sound, or the VFX. To help us shape the environment while keeping the process fast, we are working with procedural modeling. And also our workflow for the texturing part is also fast, as we use shaders and gradient mainly.
So as developed earlier, we want to create an experience for mid to hardcore gamers, but it doesn't mean that it should not be accessible. We have numerous accessibility features planned to be integrated, but here are the ones we are focusing on the most. First, deeply customizable camera settings will allow us to tackle as much needs as possible for people subject to motion sickness. We believe it's a core accessibility feature in a fast FPS game like ours. Then controls will be fully remappable in the mouse and keyboard setup as a must-have feature, but we are looking to make the game playable with the controller as well. For the audio part, which is crucial in FPS games, we plan to have a customizable volume settings for sound effects, music, and ambiances. But we will also implement a mono mode, allowing players with hearing impairments to have all the audio information they need at all time. And finally, a high contrast mode, which there is a mock-up right here. High contrast mode will allow players with visual impairments to have a clearer vision of the action on screen, highlighting only the key interactable elements in the environment.
So as 2 final slides, just a quick point on our advancement. So on the left you can see what we currently have on our game. So a first pass on the character controller and the combat, a beauty corner showcasing the environment, and a first pass on the dweller behaviors. So on the right here are the short-term goals we want to make. So completing the linking feature, so we have a complete gameplay loop. Implementing the dweller behaviors and animations into the gameplay, and creating the first level design and environment. As soon as we have all this, we will test it to make sure our goals are achieved. And just for a quick marketing time, so we we think we have great possibilities thanks to the players' personas that we talked earlier. It could be the players could be interested into comparing the given playstyle persona with each other, and maybe play again to find new personas and even create challenges for the others. So we think this could be a great opportunity to make a community of people attracted by the game. We think a little bit about it during the next weeks. thank you for your attention. This is the last slide, and all the team, and special thanks to Jules, Amandine, and Marie. Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to start with questions or remarks? Yeah.
Hello, Antoine, Penguin Studio. Thank you all for the presentation. So you want to make a game where you can have a non-violent way to play. Are you sure that your link mechanic does not just feel like another way to attack the enemies? Because it looks like just a super dash attack. So is it really a non-violent thing?
So finding the right mechanic to have something that's different from the killing and still mechanically impactful was challenging. We finally land towards something that's non-lethal at the very least, and we think that the idea of making them releasing the dwellers through communion and unity of different entities is a good representation of something that treats them another way than just objects of killing. But sure, it can be interpreted in a bit of a violent way. You're still throwing something at them, but we believe it has more advantages than drawbacks.
Okay, I guess maybe when we, excuse me, when we'll have a feedback of the end of the combat, maybe it will be more explicit because...
Exactly, I was about to talk about that. We want to make the feedbacks to feel completely different from killing, and really the idea here is to bring the enemies together and release them in a soft way, not stab them violently and obviously kill them. So I think it will have a big impact when it will be implemented.
Thank you. Mishka, you have a question?
Yes. I'm wondering, you showed that you have to link three characters in order for them to disappear. So what will happen with the player after that? What body they will be occupying or managing? And is there a way to finish the whole level without killing anybody, or the last enemy or the last two enemies will always, I will always have to stab them to
Thank you for your question. You can finish the whole level without killing. So you can link with a minimum of three dwellers, but it can be more than that. Once you're the one who decides when you close the chain and thus releasing them. And the one that stays behind for you to control is the last one that you possessed. So that one stays with you, and if you link all of the enemies in a wave at the same time, you will remain in the body of the last one and keep playing.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for the presentation. I do really like the new title. I think it fits really well with your intentions. Could you show again the slide with the different times that you're envisioning for each part of the gameplay? Yes. Yeah, it is this one. Thank you very much. So, okay. Yeah, 3 to 5 minutes is I think it's a good time for very fast-paced gameplay. Maybe it can very quickly feel quite long, but I think this is fine. I do think that the overall impression that your project left me is that maybe you shouldn't have such like as much of an accent on narrative aspects, because you're making something that could have very impactful gameplay, and so maybe you should just put all your marbles in that. And also, you mentioned that you wanted these parts to feel as a kind of breather. Consider that some players don't want to breathe, like especially for this type of game. So yeah, just keep that in mind and make something that's fast all throughout, I would say.
One of our intentions was to question the playstyle some player adopt by not really by choice but by use. They're used to play this way, so they just take this way. So those time of breathing, those time of accentuating, on the narration helps us for the player to reflect on this. So it was a bit of an intention to put some more of it, so they can have some time to reflect, even though they might not want it. But that was some of our intention, to force them a bit on this reflection and challenge a bit their use and what they choose as a way of playing.
I like it personally, but you're gonna get complaints for that.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you. Mathieu, you have a question or a remark?
Yes, hello, this is Mathieu from Tactical Tasha. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the game mechanics of stabbing and linking. I think the duality is interesting between them. I'm just wondering if it's not too simple, just stabbing. I mean, what are the stuff which prevents you to use it correctly? Is it some obstacles in the level design? Is it the behavior of the enemy? Can you time the enemy actions to understand what's the best time to use stab without being wounded or prevented to do it? Does the link, is it time limited? So you have to make sure you link until a certain time is enough, or the enemy are going to cut through. Otherwise, it may be too automatic and boring if it's just easy to do it.
Thank you. So yeah, both are quite challenging in terms of making sure they are interesting and challenging mechanics. For the killing, we do need to reveal the weak points first, which also gives us a bit of a time where the dwellers are vulnerable, and we can take that to try and stab them. But at the same time, others might be around us and try to eat us. So it will be quite a commit to try and stab all of those, especially if you want to stab multiple weak points in a single in a second. And for the linking, it is also quite a commit because it does take some time to throw your rapier and aim it first. So we believe those are the key points that can make those mechanics challenging, which is that time you take to commit to them and the time it takes the enemies to try and hit you while you do. But we'll start soon testing and being able to really fine-tune them to make sure they look like what we want.
Also, just to add a few words about this, you talked about the enemy's behavior, and we are currently testing this right now. We have first prototypes of enemies, and so what we found out was we can change some different parameters that make the game super difficult actually and not super simple. So the main variable being the numbers of enemies for now, but this is what we are tuning right now. So to answer your question about difficulty, we have found out that we have lots of different parameters that can allow us to fine-tune this, not just being the mechanic of linking, for example.
I don't know if you reacted, Mathieu. We don't hear you, but I guess it was an answer. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Laura, a freelance producer.
Will there be only one type of enemies, or do you plan to have different type, or at least different weakness points or things like that? I think it's a question maybe more about a little worry I have about the risk of having some repetitiveness of the game. So maybe other type of enemies can help, but that's, well, a bigger question, so yeah.
For the vertical slice, for sure, we'll only have one. It comes both for reasons of designing an enemy, but also designing a controller, because we possess them and play as them. We foresee that kind of problem, and that's also why we're giving them different behaviors. To make sure there's some variety that can be added through that. The weak points are also a point where we can make them more challenging or different to approach. We have a system that's been already designed and implemented to be able to vary easily on the amount and the difficulty of where the weak points are placed. So we'll try to make it as interesting and challenging with just one enemy.
No, okay, that's good. That's a good way of scoping it for the presentation. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Other questions or remarks? So, if no, I'm just checking they were there too. So, if no, let's congrats the team. Thank you. And let's welcome the last team of this afternoon and today. And watch out, they make sound.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our project presentation, They Make Sounds. First of all, and because it's maybe the first time that you see us, just a quick presentation of the team. So as level designer, we have Faer. As system and narrative designer, we have Maxence. Théophile and Marina as programmer. Margot as UX, UI designer and user researcher. Enzo as game audio designer. Brice as concept and UI artist. Benjamin and Anaïs as 3D artist, and me as producer. So what is They Make Sounds? They Make Sounds is a third-person speleology and exploration game. The character is an archaeologist who descends into the abyss to study the ruins of a mysterious civilization, and she is equipped with a device for hearing the sound of extinct life forms.
And before going into more details of the game, here's the positioning matrix of They Make Sounds. This matrix is mostly based on our intention for the game and what type of experience we want to offer. As you can see, we aim for a slow-paced exploration game that can offer a unique experience such as Outer Wilds, Journey or Jusant. Based on that, we set up our target, and first of all, the motivations. In first, the immersion. Our targets are players that want a unique experience with both strong narrative and artistic direction, and they want to discover the unknown with freedom of movement and the liberty to choose and create their own path. All of that means that our target are players that do not want a linear or fast-paced game because they want to have time to explore.
A village lives around a huge abyss, your village. They send adventurers down to study the ruins of a mysterious civilization that used to live down the abyss. You are one of them, an archaeologist going down for the first time to study the remains of this civilization and discover their story. But you are different from the others. Your heart does not beat, still you are alive. At the start of the game, while you are studying a rune, you accidentally activate a strange pillar, a dormant technology belonging to the extinct civilization that inhabited the abyss. By touching the pillar, a rope made of sound called the lifeline connects to your heart and make it beat. From now on, your life is linked to the lifeline. Unable to detach yourself from the lifeline, you decide to plunge even deeper into the abyss to unravel the civilization's mysteries and discover how their story is linked to yours. As you progress through the game, you'll discover that the Abyss civilization was founded by people who, just like you, had a heart that did not beat. Because of their curse, they were banished to the Abyss, where they discovered a sound-based ecosystem with trees, animals, and rocks that produce sounds. One of these sounds was different, deeper into the abyss, resonating with their hearts. A sacred sound that they decided to get closer at all costs. It's now up to you to discover what this sound was and what happened to the civilization once they reached it.
So for the art part, we decided at first to do a mood board. The idea was to work on a global atmosphere and a color palette to determine the mood of the environments of the vertical slice. The goal is to transcribe a vertical and damp environment with rocks and some vegetation, but preserve some ruins of a civilization that our character makes researches on. For the concepts, the goal was to give some materials to the team so they can have a first vision of what could be the visuals of the game. We worked from screenshots of the 3D level design blockouts of our game designers to transform them into quick thumbnails to put down the graphics intentions of the area.
The character comes from the civilization above the abyss. The main characteristic of this civilization are rounded and soft shapes with a sense of detail with organic line. You can see the concept art of the character. Bag. Sonoscope. And the vertical rope. For now, we have the character sculpt and the modelization of the accessories.
And altogether, it sounds like this. That's what we call anthropophony, sounds made by human being, means you. About sound, audio is a big vector of a lot of meaning in They Make Sounds. As we dive deep into this journey, what do we want to feel? A lot of aspects will focus around those emotions we can't grasp until immediately we progressively descend into this abyss full of mysteries, playing along with our solitude. We revolve around soundscapes, trying to target specific sensations. So in the team, we considered that in our audio peers, acoustic relationships are quite important. What do we expect the player to feel? A dreamy, eerie sensation, maybe? Wow. While strapping for scientific purposes, looking around, you'll notice that you're not that alone because all your environment swarm with low intensity life. That's geophony, sounds made by the environment, ambiences, and spaces.
And we also did some researches about different living forms that could be what could live in the abyss. The aim was to work from strange and organic shapes to give a unique mood to those forms of life.
And this is quite inspired by the sonic atmosphere that gives life to the life forms, to the world. So we chose to do the same for the visuals. Some visual effects are also audio-driven in the game. And maybe you're not that alone in the depths because maybe there is something else. It's moving, crawling around. Here is biophony, all the sounds made by a living organism, they make sounds.
At this point in the game, we've just reached a poor mining village. Let's observe the view for a second. As you can see, we are connected to this pillar. This means that if we die, we'll be revived next to it. In the vertical side, we'll be able to use our cinescope to spot some points of interest. Let's pretend that we can hear a mysterious sound in the distance. Okay, now we want to reach that spot. This platform above us is unreachable. Let's use the vertical rope to reach the top and progress further. By aiming in the direction of the ceiling, we can preview the vertical rope, and by pressing the Use Artifact button, we instantiate it. As you can see, for every action of a game, we added control reminders for accessibility. By the way, the controls can be remapped at any point during the game. I'm not very satisfied with the controls, so let's change things up a bit. Let's change our interact button to Y, and holding the left aim button is tiring for the hand. So let's also change it so that a simple click will activate it and deactivate it. Much better. We can interact with the rope by pressing Y and then climb up and down and move left and right to adjust our position. And of course, jump out of it. When we reach a new pillar, we can choose to interact with it to set up a new lifeline connection. This pillar is too far to be reached with a jump. This is a great opportunity to use the zipline. By aiming in the floor direction, we can instantiate our zipline. It can only be used to reach a point that's below us. Now that our zipline is fixed, we can slide over it. At any time, we can let go of it by pressing the cancel button. This is the moment we discover the presence of a luminescent jellyfish hunting around the village. In the vertical size, the jellyfish will kill us if we get too close. Luckily, we can pick up a hearthstone and throw it near the jellyfish so that the sound produced by the rock will create a diversion. Finally, we can see a lifeline switch. We need to transfer energy from our lifeline to the switch to activate it. This opens the door that allows us to progress through the level. This is not yet implemented, but in the final vertical slice, we'll have to be careful powering this kind of mechanism, because as long as the lifeline energy will power the mechanism, our heart will slow down until we die. That's the end of this little playthrough.
Many dangers are awaiting you. Descending into the abyss won't be an easy task. To survive to your journey, you'll need to plan your trip, as the descent can be dangerous. You also need to manage your resources so you don't run out of ropes. You'll need to grab plants to refill them. You need to avoid hostile life form that can kill you, like the jellyfish we just talked about. And also be careful to stay linked to the lifeline so your heart still beats. If you're careful enough, you may be able to go deeper than your predecessors and discover unexplored places.
As you may have seen in the video, there is an artifact our character can use. It's called the sonoscope. The sonoscope have the ability to capture sound from a long distance, helping the player to find their way in space. There are 5 frequencies in the sonoscope, among which the player can choose. Some will help the player find important places, which will help them know more about the narration. Others will guide them to life forms such as the jellyfish. And finally, one frequency is all about finding resources. This latter includes plants, for example, which help the player having more rope to use with the other artifacts. In this mockup, we choose to look for resources. We will now trigger LT to start aiming. When aiming, the glyph, which is the language of the ancient civilization of the category, will appear at the top of the screen. Its movement will guide us to know if we are well aligned to it. It will stay still if we are, and it will wiggle if we're not aligned.
These systems are created in pair with the level design. The whole world is built around 3 main bits, and also around our 4 mechanics. So it has horizontality for the zipline, verticality for the, you guessed it, vertical rope, nooks and crannies to hide cool stuff to find with the sonoscope, and deadly crevasses and jellyfishes for the lifeline. The vertical slice will be composed of 3 main bits that you can see here. Each one of them is incorporating some of the elements we just talked about, depending on the mood we want to convey, but also on depending on the narrative of the location. Let's zoom on the first part of this vertical slice. On the left, you can see how it looks in the game, and on the right, you can see the blockout we made for this section. This portion of the game focuses on navigation, and using the combination of your lifeline and vertical rope, you'll be able to explore as you will. Using the sonoscope, you might be able to spot some secret areas that were in the demo we just showed you, but that we didn't find. Also, the narration will mainly go through environmental storytelling in the game.
So now I will present to you 3 accessibility features we are currently working on. They make sound rely on free exploration in a gigantic space. While the sensation of freedom in getting locks can be enjoyed for some players, it can be confusing for others. Therefore, player will have the possibility to activate a hints mode. When activated, this will allow player to press a button, here it is X, to scan the environment and having information about what is around them. So when they press X, icons will appear to give them information about what is around them. In front of the player, for example, there is plants. These plants will make them gain more rope, which will help them also after to use the vertical rope or the zip line. At the left, there are glyphs, which will make the player discover more about the game narration. Our 2 other features mainly focused hearing impaired players. We are aiming to implement specialized subtitles that will give as many information as possible to the player about the environments. We want to reach a high level of precision, and this includes the music that will be played in-game. We are also thinking about implementing a color code. For example, in this mockup, the white subtitles mean that this is all about the environment, while the orange subtitles represent the sounds the player the character is producing. To finish with, we are currently thinking and working about a sound visualization feature. Ideally, this will work in addition with the subtitles. While subtitles will give information about the environment, sound visualization effects will give information about gameplay sounds, such as the life forms, like the jellyfish we saw before, glyphs or resources. We are thinking about spatialized visual effects that will surround the player screen, and these visual effects will either also surround the object or will look closely like it. This effect will be linked to the sound for the localization, of course, but also frequency-wise.
In order to make our game playable on as many machines as possible, we are currently working on optimizing it. To do so, we decided not to use Nanit nor Leman. We also used instance meshes and LODs to reduce poly count in our game. For the lighting, we take care of avoid dynamic light when it's not necessary. Throughout the development, we applied budget for polygons and file size for audio assets in our asset list. And to keep track of potential issues, we make build regularly and test them on Steam Deck. We began to profile our game to identify potential future issues, performance issues. From now, we are currently at 45 FPS on Steam Deck, and what we try to accomplish with that vertical slice is to obtain 60 FPS on Steam Deck.
Now let's take a look to our estimation for the game production. We plan the Mixon to be a 2-year production. It represents around 20-40 cumulative man-month, and the total production cost is around 1 million euros. In terms of duration, we aim for 8 to 10 hours experience. We want to sell the game with priority on PC with Steam Deck support, and after consoles, and by consoles I mean Xbox Series, PlayStation 5, and later Switch 2. It will be a premium format with a price that will located based on main competitors around 25 euros. So this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, do not hesitate to ask us now or later on the Plateau project.
Thank you. So who wants to make the first question or remark? Yeah, yes.
Hi, Antoine from Ninja Theory. First of all, what an intro. Really like that to give the mood and see the progress that the game has made since the first presentation. It's really great to see you come really far. So congrats on that. I don't have much question. I think I'm really curious about like playing the game and maybe probably like seeing you on the Plateau project for like more like the specific ones and nitty bitty bits. But one I have is about the hints that you mentioned, and what do they bring more than the sonoscope? Because it seems to me, from what I've understood, just the hint system, that it's basically the same thing, but instead of having the language of the game being fuzzy or not, you just directly have the icon. So but why do you want to have a dedicated hint system for this?
We are thinking about players that may not, I don't know how to say it, that may struggle to use the sonoscope because like the sonoscope allow you to like hear resources from a very far away distance, but if you don't have it, you will still hear for example, the resources if you are close to it. So we are thinking of maybe players that struggle to like find their way in a space, or maybe have problem with specialization in the audio, and this can help them to locate themselves. But we are still in work in progress. It's an idea we have, and it's like our feedbacks are welcome, so we can change it. So thank you for your question.
No, I mean, it just it's a really great idea. I'm just like, I think the remarks I have there, maybe there's more, instead of making it its own system, maybe you can build it into an accessibility mode for the sonoscope so that it remains playful for the player to, maybe instead of having the colorful language, to maybe have like a way to just switch directly between targets and see immediately the image of it. Maybe like that could be one way to like not having to build two times a similar system kind of thing. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll think about it.
Other reactions or question? Yeah.
Thank you for this presentation, which was really good, really great. I'm very curious, how much time do you have in mind for the vertical slice? Like how much time of gameplay? I mean, how big are you thinking of making the levels?
For the vertical slice, about 15, 20 minutes, something like that.
Okay, it feels, because you've shown some videos of a prototype that you have, and they're quite impressive, but they all kind of look the same. It's kind of mean to say. It looks really good, but it all looks very similar, you know. And so I'm very curious to see how you'll be, you know, adding diversity to the 15 minutes of gameplay and the levels.
I can talk about maybe a little bit of the environmental storytelling, and maybe Ben can talk about okay. So in terms of so what we didn't show in the preview, I guess, is that the game tells a story. It's a simple one. It's environmental storytelling, but it will be presented in the vertical slice. We have a lot of ideas, and we are working on it. So I guess also it's a slow-paced game, so it's 15 minutes of wandering around and thinking. Anyway, but mostly it's like like wandering around, and you have hints of things to understand about the environment and stuff like that. So that's part of the answer, I guess.
To add on that, what you just saw is like the first bit of the main level, of the vertical slice level, I mean. We are working on the next one, which has, you saw mainly horizontality. We are playing a lot more with verticality on the next step that we are still working on. Also, keep in mind, even if it's look really good, and we know that, it's still a prototype. We don't have all the assets yet implemented. Brice showed you trees, vegetation, stuff that is missing right now, even in this first level. We also have in mind that, of course, it can be tiring to look only at rock, so we are playing a lot with lights. These are some stuff that are coming down the line and that we didn't have the time to implement yet.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have other questions? Remarks? Everybody's lost in the abyss. I see one. Yeah, Mathieu, please. Your mic is, oh yeah, it's on. No, it's, yeah. Go ahead. We don't hear you. I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we do.
Yes, sorry about that. So this is Mathieu from Adventures. I just wanted to congratulate you again for this amazing result for the midway prototype. So what you've achieved in terms of lighting, special effects, it looks like you had a bunch of tech artists working on the project as well, so very good. Again, I have the same questions. How do you manage to get diversity and introduce the story in the right way? But I guess you've answered that already. So congrats again. And my advice would be to make sure that you use the time which remains to make it as polished and as diverse as possible to continue improving the experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be sure, we only have one tech artist, that is Ben, on the project. He's doing nearly all the integration and assets in game.
Thank you. Isabelle, online?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I can see you guys improved a bit on the story. you guys change a little bit the whole like purpose of why she's going down there. I think it looks much better. I really like this heart concept. It really gives her a reason to actually like go down there, which I didn't get from the last presentation. But I still don't get the whole point. Maybe I missed something of she didn't have a heart beating and now she has, but she cannot no longer have the heart beating. So I don't really get that part, I guess.
Yeah, so she didn't have a heartbeat, but then she accidentally connected to the pillar, making the lifeline makes her heart beat. But if she cut the lifeline, she dies. So that's one of the reasons why you go down to understand what's going on, because you can do something else basically. Also, you kind of feel like in the game you're related to the population that used to live there because they had the same heart that does not beat. So you want to understand what's going on. Yeah. Thank you for the feedback.
But then how does she know that if she disconnects, she dies?
Because you, oh sorry, because you do it and then you die in the game, so you can know. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay.
I feel like there's a little bit of a missing piece there. That's all I guess.
Thanks.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. Other reactions? Yeah.
Maybe it was because it was pretty, but your current enemy, the jellyfish, just looked like something I will chase as a player because it's lovely and I want to play with it. Did you intend to make it all whimsical and beautiful, even the enemies, to confuse the player a bit? Or will it be menacing in a way?
So there is a two-part answer to that. The first one is that at the beginning, when we did the jellyfish, it was not supposed to be an enemy. So what you are seeing is still like the first iteration of the jellyfish. So we plan on giving more feedback on what to expect regarding the jellyfish. There is the sound also that is playing a big part of the ominousness of the jellyfish and the danger it represents. And the last one is that we showed you that you can throw a stone, but what we didn't told you is that if you disconnect from the lifeline, your heart stops beating and the jellyfish doesn't chase you anymore. So you're putting your life in danger, and as the jellyfish is chasing the ones that have a heart that beats, and you disconnect from the lifeline, your heart doesn't beat anymore. So we have two states for the jellyfish. That's what I'm trying to say. One where it tries to chase you, and one where it just ignores you because it's going to the stone or because it doesn't detect you. So what we are trying to think is of what feedback to show when it is actually chasing you, and that is not implemented yet.
Okay, so if you want to go further with that, you can think as a battery. When the sound is going to be slower and slower and you are struggling to even find your life source, you can then add jellyfish in this state in order to the player to see that they are fleeing to chase other things. It could be helpful. And did you plan to add more enemies or other things in the global game?
For the global game, yes. For the vertical slice, no. For the global game, we are planning on, of course, a much more diversity in the ecosystem to create more varied challenges or even beauty to the environment. But for the vertical slice, we are mainly focusing on the jellyfish.
Okay.
Thank you. Another question or remark? No? No more? You want to discuss directly with the teams just right after the end of these all presentations. So please, let's congratulate the team for the great work. And I will invite all the students of today to come down so we can thank them again and congratulate them for the work. And while they are going down, I would like to thank Eric, who helped, who make all the technical aspect work today. So please, a round of applause for Eric, for also all the administrative staff who handle all the logistical elements today. A big thank you to all the pedagogical team who accompany the students on their work. Final great round of applause from ourselves to you, jury, to be there either online or in the room. So please, a round of applause for the jury. And please, all of us, a round of applause to this great cohort and all their work today. And a final word, maybe from your godmother, who was there all day long. So, Sandrine, if you may.
Thank you very much for all your wonderful projects. I think everybody would agree that they look very wonderful, but also plausible, that you can actually make this game for reals. I think you reach a moment that you can properly enter into production. I think that you have solved most of your questions and you can feel confident to produce. Production can be also a moment when you go back to the question. So always go back to what you have presented today to make your decision, because during production you will realize that you might need to cut things down. So go back and focus on the main core that you have presented to us today to make those decisions. But I'm sure it's going to be fine because you're presenting to us very real stuff, very plausible and executable and realistic stuff. So congratulations to you all and our hard work.
Congrats. And as I was saying, now it's time for a visit on the Plateau project, so you can discuss with all the teams of this afternoon, but also of this morning. Thank you for the people online to have followed all the day long, and everything has been streamed, so you can look at everything on the YouTube channel as well. Thanks to the jury. As I said this morning, please send us your feedbacks Wednesday the latest, so they can have your feedbacks and reflect on it before the Christmas break. Congrats once again. Excusez-moi, je ne sais pas si... Non. Je ne suis pas sûre.